You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
All right, fishing has commenced. We are back in the game here. Bassmaster Elite Series at the Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite, and we are on famed Lake St. Clair. That is Trey McKinney, third place, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. As we head to these last two events of our 9-event season, 2026 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Trey within 13 points of the lead there.
Yeah.
Certainly not out of this race.
Lake 10 Killer really tightened up that race. Tommy J. Shakir had about a 30 to 40 point lead. Chris Johnston now within 3. Trey McKinney now within 13. Gonna make for a good final 8 days of the season.
Yeah, the points are tight, but these weights will be tight also.
We always look forward to it. That's one of the reasons why right there. Big smallmouth. Yeah, smallmouth more often than not, one of the hallmarks of the final 2 events of the season. Our northern swing, it's always especially good when we can go feet first into the largest freshwater system in the world. The Great Lakes and this little gem right between Lake Huron and Lake Erie. It's not a little gem at all. It's massive. Lake St. Clair, Detroit, Michigan. So happy to have you with us, ready to knock the dust off. It's been 7 weeks since we've been out there at Lake 10 Killer in Oklahoma. All that ways away, but man, these guys are ready to go. Got a lot of business to settle this week. We got so many threads popping up right now, Davey Hyde. I can't keep up with all of them. It takes way more math than I'm capable of.
It really does, and we talk about this. Every tournament is equal from the first event to you get down to these final 2 events, but boy, it seems like these are the most important tournaments of the year because it is the end of the year. So much at stake here. Angler year, obviously. Rookie of the year. Guys requalifying for the elites, qualifying for the Bassmaster Classic, and let's not forget, there's $100,000 to the winner here this week. A lot going on.
Oh man, that's more themes than we can keep up with, that's for sure, but we're going to do our very best. Take a look at our leaderboard as it stands right now, more than an hour after takeoff here, starting at 6 p.m. local time. Gerald Swindle, 14 pounds, 15 ounces. Pretty good start this early on today. We just saw Trey McKinney getting one of the right ones there. Caleb Sumrall in third. Jay Shakir, our leader. The Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points in 4th place. That's a pretty good start for him. And Stetson Blaylock, we've seen him overperform here on this particular body of water, Lake St. Clair, so watch out for him. He's got a lot to gain this week for sure.
This is one of the more northern fisheries, if that makes sense. So a guy like Gerald Swindle in the top doesn't surprise me, Tommy, right now, because we've seen Palmer, Christie, and Blaylock, all Oklahoma, Arkansas guys, do very well up here.
Look at our TH Marine Weather Watch. It's a good outlook for the week. There's not much in the way of storms or really bad weather, but it's going to get progressively warmer. But look at today, just perfect. 69 in the morning, 83 in the middle of the day. It's going to creep up just a little bit, maybe toward the mid-upper 80s and so forth. We just saw Paul Marks there. That's another theme we got going. Rookie of the Year is very, very important. Seems to be more important each and every year. And Paul Marks with a pretty decent lead in that department. Let's see what he thinks about his prospects today.
I don't know. I spent a lot of time on this place. I really like it, but it's been a pretty tough practice on me. I haven't really been able to find. I can catch some fish, but it's been really hard to find the right size. So, hoping to run into 5 of them today. I don't really have a guaranteed plan or anything. I'm just gonna go run around St. Clair, probably burn a decent bit of gas. I'm not gonna do anything crazy, run real far or anything, but burn a lot of gas, run a lot of areas, and hopefully run into 5 big ones. That's the game plan. We got a long day, so definitely gonna fish most of the stuff I practiced. Places where I got a big bite or caught a big one, which I didn't catch many, but I'm gonna go and spend my time in those areas. But should be fun regardless, catching smallmouth.
Great season for Paul Marks, including a win, big win at Lake Hartwell. For the rookie, and then we see 5 of the 6 who we be in the boat with all day long today, including Kyoya Fujita, Trey McKinney, whom we just saw. Our points leader, Jay Shakir. Of course, we're going to be with him. Heading into his home state in a couple of weeks to for the grand finale of this season. I'll show you something that, as we say, they've been fishing for an hour here. I'll show you something with Paul Marks earlier this morning on Lake St. Clair.
This one feels a little better. Got him. A little bit more decent.
Solid one there for Paul Marks, our Rookie of the Year points leader. And now we go to our Angler of the Year points leader. Wisconsin's Jay Shakurit will be going to his home state for the last event of the season, but he's got business to take care of here, and he's got someone right on his tail in that race. Only his fourth year here with the Bassmaster Elite Series, but Jay Shakurit has firmly established himself as an absolute top-tier player, despite his youth, being the youngest ever to win a Bassmaster Elite Series at the time, his first win on the St. Lawrence River. And now, right now, he's discovered something about breakfast.
A new breakfast trend. 2 raw eggs in a cup with some cheese and some pre-cooked bacon. Mix her up, throw her in the microwave.
Obviously, but if you can make your way up the field,
ready to roll.
Take off if we can have a procession along our.
Did he just say 2 raw eggs?
Yeah.
A new discovery for breakfast?
Cheese and some pre-cooked bacon.
I like I like bacon to be cooked. It's so much tastier that way.
No blueberry pie, though, huh?
No?
With the raw
I
eggs
guess
and castor oil.
Hey, some of Grandma's recipes down south, Davey, take a little while to get up north.
Well,
okay?
I was just thinking that and he's so young, his 7-Eleven breakfast has been on, his way to school for most of his life, I'm sure.
All right.
Better than Pop-Tarts.
Jay
Hey, Gerald
Shakurit.
Swindle, since we last saw the standings, has caught 2 fishies, our first with a limit, and the first to 20 pounds.
Oh, wow. Good stop for Gerald.
One of the favorites coming in for sure, Taku Ito, smallmouth master, real ace. That kind of fishing, and this is perfect for that.
Got it.
6th year in the elite
Not so big.
for Taku Ito.
Strong. Yes. Ooh, it's fun. Well, got it.
Taku Ito, 2 tournaments ago, was his best finish of the year. That was on the Sabine River down in Texas, which
Yeah.
couldn't be any more different than this place right here. But Taku's game travels very well. How well will he get it done this week? Very important here in the state of Michigan.
Good morning, good morning. So I'm come back Lake St. Clair. So Bassmaster lead, stop number 8, and I love St. Clair a lot because so many flats, many giant smallmouth balls, and clear water. So, but this year is pretty hard. I don't know why the many pressure, but I don't know. So, but I will try to get many 5-pounder. But it's tough, but it's fun because smallmouth, Disneyland, Lake St. Clair. Bye.
5-pounders, that's the gold standard, I guess, David.
Yes,
right?
it absolutely is. And we've seen Lake St. Clair through the years, like so many other smallmouth fisheries, just get bigger and better size average fish. Back in the late 90s when I first remember going there, Bassmaster events, mid-90s, I guess. Kim Stricker won that first event I think we ever had up there. A 3-pound average was a good average. You catch a 4-pounder every now and then, but now 3-pounders will get you a ticket straight home. And one other thing, that water is noticeably clearer than it has been the last few years.
That's the rumor I heard.
It's always beautiful, clear water, but boy, you can really tell. Even in Anchor Bay, which it usually isn't as clear as like Huron water coming out of the St. Clair River, but boy, it is clear, even in Anchor Bay there right now.
Let's head from Taku Ito, another angler who hails from Japan originally. Kyoya Fujita. He's 5th place in our points race, tied for 5th. Bill Lowen. Beautiful Lawrence bird's eye view.
If you've never been to Lake St. Clair, you mentioned it looks so small looking at the map when you're comparing it to Lake Huron and Lake Erie, but it's a big 430 square miles or so, I think it is. It's a big lake.
Oh, it's vast, and you can see these guys out there. I mean, it's 11 feet is the average depth out here. It's a glacial carp, big, flat, shallow lake, but you see these guys floating around in these places, look like they're out in space somewhere.
Yes.
But there's something going on. They're there for a reason.
Davey, you remember your weight when you won there in 2001?
Such, I don't remember the exact weight. I'm saying average probably 17, 18 a day to win back then.
68 pounds.
68,
total.
yep.
And Stricker won with an ounce under 62. So there's a little 15
Been getting
change
better
a day.
and
Yeah,
better.
it's been getting better. You think we'll get close to when Cifuentes won 2 years ago, 91 pounds, 91 and a half?
I think we will. You hear a lot of these anglers saying a lot of 3-pounders hard to find a 4, but they will find a way. They're the best in the business. We'll have an angle. I don't know that we will exceed that, but I think we'll be in that ballpark.
St. Clair and Champlain, two very similar fisheries in terms of their weight progression. Where it used to take a certain amount of weight and now it's getting into that 90-pound range. We saw the last two elites here took 86 for Bill Wilder to win in 2020, a little earlier in the year. Took 91 a little later in the year for Joey Cifuentes. And then every open we've had or 3-day event, the AOY Championship that Seth Fighter won, he had 77 pounds, so he was over 25 pounds a day. Jay Shakurit's open last year, 75 pounds, over 25 pounds a day. So hard to do that all 4 days, it seems, with this caliber of angler. But in those 3-day shortened events, it shows you we can get a Century Club from here if it works out because the fish are in here.
Yeah, it's really incredible. And it's, it was 2001, the fall of 2001, when I won there with 19 pounds on the final day to move up and take the lead and win. Now it takes a 25-plus pound stringer to make a move like that. That's how much better it's gotten. And yes, it's been 20 couple of years, but the big picture thing, that hasn't been that long ago. If it keeps progressing like that, holy.
Oh, yeah.
Well, especially in a lot of these northern places, the forage has changed and different things have changed. So we're still young in that cycle in terms of that.
We're just getting started here. Just out of the first hour of fishing time. Got about 8 hours for our 101 anglers who are out here this week. I think it is. We'll check that for you. We're going to have a leaderboard and much more for you when we return.
Yeah, so Lake St. Clair is probably one of the most unique bodies of water I've ever fished in my entire life. It's basically featureless. When you get 8 foot and less, that's when you start to see more, you know, rocks and stuff like that, more hard structure. But once you get out past that area, it really just turns into all sand and all grass.
St. Clair, awesome place to fish. I think you're gonna see a ton of 20-pound bags. I think it's fishing a little tougher than normal though. Go troll around, try and find that one area that's got a little bigger fish, and that's gonna be the name of the game this week.
Our 2 top contenders as it stands right now for Progressive Angler of the Year. And here's that promised leaderboard as it stands right now, about an hour and a half, near an hour and a half into fishing time today. And Gerald Swindle, 2-time Progressive Angler of the Year, on top with 20 pounds. That's a good start this early, especially. Caleb Sumrall in second place, Trey McKinney, Greg DePalma. A great tournament down at Okeechobee earlier this season, and Keith Combs had a good tournament at Pasquotank. They're in North Carolina.
I gotta think that Gerald might be throwing a vibrating jig up shallow. He's got that old school, want to start shallow mentality. It'd be interesting to see how he got his 20 pounds before anyone else this morning on the first day of this event.
Big time comeback year for Keith Combs.
Yes.
Even though he hasn't been in the Classic in a few years, they haven't been the worst. He's been, 10 spots out of the Classic cut line, 26th place right now in the points race. And so maybe he's trying to solidify that Classic spot and not have to catch a bass next week. If you do high enough this week and you're good enough, you might not have to catch a bass in lacrosse.
He started this week 49, so he's got about 25 points out of the points to make the Classic.
All marks.
Can't tell how big he is. He's kind of got a big head shake, but kind of doesn't too. Nope. Might go 3 pounds. If he doesn't, he ain't going in the box. 212. Ow. Oof. 2.5 pounder. Little guy.
Let's get over to Kyoya Fujita. Kyoya 5th place in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, not eliminated yet for sure.
Drone shots are always great, but the clear water adds a whole different level. See those fish fighting under the water.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Three on the hook.
And that's the biggest one we've seen on camera so far this morning.
Look, more than 3.5 to
Yeah.
me. I tell you what, though, but that's what it said. Let's get over to Chris Johnston. 3 points back of Jay Shakir. You see over his shoulder there. They're a little farther away. That map would indicate.
Could be a better one.
He's your defending Progressive Angler of the Year champ.
Don't be a drum. Not a drum, but not sure these are the right size either. Pulling like a big one.
Mention angle of the year. Chris and Corey have always been in the conversation late in the year since they've been on the Bassmaster Elites.
Come on, stop it. They're gonna have to get a lot bigger. 4.
We have a new leader in Caleb Summerall. He's got 20 pounds, 4 ounces. And these 3 guys are about virtually tied with points the way McKinney's ahead, Johnson's in the teens, and Shakur's a couple behind him.
Let's take a look at the points. This is the Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points as they stand coming into today. Jay Shakur at 3 points ahead of Chris Johnston. Trey McKinney, we also saw him put a good one in the boat. He's in 3rd place. Patrick Walters, and then Loan Fujita tied for 5th place there with Chris Johnston's record. You talk about how strong he is, Davey. The last 2 events of the year, I looked at it and I can't believe, I mean, we'll talk about it later, but he is just unbeatable so far in his career, the last 2 weeks of the year.
Yeah, he really is. And you say, well, he's from up north, he should, but he's right there in 2nd place, only 3 points back, because he caught him down south. He catches them everywhere he goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Great all-arounder for sure. Let's get out to our leader, Jay Shakur, our points leader, 4th place on the leaderboard.
A lot of pressure on this young man these last 2 events, being on places that he's had a lot of success. There we go, one coming up. Got him.
Come here. Come here. Come here.
Maybe at least a 4, huh?
I don't think he is.
A wide tail on him.
Yeah, he's definitely not 4. Probably 3.5. Yeah, 3.5.
Move him up to about 8th place.
Can't help but look at those other boats around. Anytime you're on Lake St. Clair, keep your eyes open for our friend Mark Zona slipping around.
Oh, he is there all 4 days. This is going to be fun. I mean, this is...
He's always there.
He's
always there.
He knows every inch of this place, as big as it is. And he'll be able to tell us the real story, what's going on out there.
Beautiful drone shot there, really showing how Kioya was working his bait, popping it to get a reaction out of this one.
Yeah, good look at the action that Kioya given his soft plastic bait. These fish have been fished for with the technology of forward facing for several years,
Probably.
very hard. So they're easier to see than to catch, I can tell you that.
Probably quicker than most other fisheries. This was the event in 2020 where a lot of people switched to technology for this type of fishing.
Getting close to the second, third hour of fishing, as a matter of fact. Caleb Sumrall in the lead on St. Clair. Day number 1 of 4 days of fishing here on Lake St. Clair. The Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair, the first of 2 stops in our northern swing to wrap up the season for 2025. So great to have you with us this morning. We're going to be here till pretty close to weigh-in time today, one spot or another. And we can't wait to see what transpires, what rolls out today. Thanks for joining us here in the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. And, of course, we're back after 7 weeks trying to knock the dust off. And here we go with running more. The legend, Davey Height. Mike, so you don't look too dusty, Davey. You look like you're in pretty good shape here.
I've been having a little fun fishing in the hot weather that we've had down south.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we haven't started talking about such a vast place. Where are they going to go catch them? All the predictions have been all over the board. I mean, there's a lot of difference of opinion on where it's going to be won.
Yeah, there's a lot of things at stake this week for sure with AOI, with requalifying for the Bassmaster Elites. Let's just admit it, that's on some guys' mind. Qualifying for the Bassmaster Classic. A lot of things going on. What a great fishery. So many fish, so many options. Lake St. Clair, you could go to St. Clair River, Huron, Lake Erie, the Detroit River. All of these options with a lot at stake. It's going to be a very fun week.
Absolutely. And so many things to decide this week, Ronnie.
Yeah, I mean, when we think about the lead that Jay Shakir had going into 10-killer, 40-something points in Angler of the Year, now it's only a 3-point lead over Chris Johnston, Trey McKinney, 13 points. I'm not going to say Patrick Walters is out of it. He's lurking, but they're going to have to slip. They're obviously catching him good this morning. But the Classic cut line now is also going to be interesting. We had Corey Johnston win last Saturday at the St. Lawrence River, his 3rd B.A.S.S win there. Absolutely phenomenal. He knocked it down one more spot because he didn't fish any of the other opens. So he has knocked it down. More anglers now fighting for the guy who was on the bubble is now safely in one spot. So that's the way we're looking at it going into the last 2.
There could be more double qualifications to the end of the season. There are other options as well to make it into the Classic. So that's going to be one that's going to take us half an hour to explain.
We still have Leech Lake next week for the finale of the Open's regular season, that the winner could double qualify or move it to the Elite Series points. You've got the winning in for Mississippi River, and then the last EQ events as well.
All right, Such, let's get it out of the way. Are we going to have a century belt? I know that's important to you. No,
probably not, but we're going to have some guys who are really proud of themselves climbing up from outside our Classic cut inside, like Carl Jackson. Greg DePalm is doing some business right now. Alex Redwine's in 4th place. He's inside the cut right now. That's going to be very important for them.
All right, well, it's all going to play out starting today. It's already started. Things are moving. People are catching fish out there. We haven't seen on camera yet one of our anglers catch the 5-pounders. Any of the 5-pounders that are going to be the big things that move the needle here during the course of the 4 days of fishing.
And only McKinney has a 5-pounder today so far. Trey McKinney.
Limit fish. Ends it for Jay Shakir.
He's not very big either.
Number 5 for Jay. Certainly a relief to have the fifth fish in his live well here. So much on the line this week for Jay and many others in this field. But chance to win Angler of the Year in his young career. That's that's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure.
The 3-pounder gives him 17 even. He's at the 3rd place. Remember, he won here last year in the Open.
Sure did.
So
With how close the weights were at the Open, he actually dominated the final day because it's such a big bag. Like, everything was so tight, but he won by like 3 or 4 pounds because he pulled away with such a big bag on the final day.
What size we're after, but you just gotta get some fish going here. And we'll be rolling.
Jay Shakira looking pretty strong, pretty secure right now as it stands, but it's a long day and it's a long week. Let's get back over to 3rd place, Trey McKinney.
he's got the big bag builder, a 5.0 and a 4.0.
Oh, dang, that's actually pretty nice. He couldn't stand it. He was like, ah. Whew. He is mad.
Another good one.
Oh, probably help a little bit. Seems fatter. Fatter than the average.
You mentioned it, Sue. That bag builders, a 5 and a 4 pounder. A lot of 3-pounders in this lake that'll do you no good. You've got to figure out a way to catch those 4 and 5 pounders to have a chance to win. And the leaders will do that. When it all unfolds on Sunday afternoon, those top 10 guys will have figured out a way to catch those 4 and 5 pound smallmouth.
3-3. Yellow. Yellowfoot.
Trey McKinney finding the right size is bad news for everyone else in this tournament. That is for sure. He has made himself a problem in so many events here for so many anglers because he can exploit it to the fullest. This was earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned, the key is figuring out a way to target these fish. And it's not random, it's not luck. I mean, in a one-day event, yeah, a guy might catch a 5 or 6 pounder that separates him. But over the course of a 4-day Bassmaster Elite Series event, those anglers that are going to be in your top 10, they figured out a way to catch a different class of fish.
We got a special treat today. We've got our full team in place here, plus one, a special edition, a special guest here who is intimately familiar with Lake St. Clair, and there he is, our own Mark Zona. How are you doing, friend? How's it looking to you this morning, huh?
Tommy Friendo. Hey, it's the usual Lake St. Clair Anchor Bay party that we got to see several years ago, and the interesting dynamic that's really going on here right now, obviously, and I know you guys have looked at this morning, is to really see the top 3 in the Angler of the Year within sight of each other. I'm looking at the barrage of boats, and what's interesting is it seems like a couple of the guys that are catching them early today are a little bit away from the clusters, the big packs of boats. And to kind of break down, if you've not been to Anchor Bay, it's its own environment compared to what people call the lake, basically Metro to the shipping channel to the South Shore to the Canadian side. The difference in Anchor Bay, looking at Mega Live this morning, is it's very featureless, Tommy, like the rest of the lake. But the one thing that you see staring at forward-facing sonar, you do see lots of food. And as we've been going along, I've got camera boat man Vandy in the boat right now. And before we went live, you'll go along, you'll mark little stretches of grass and then a little cluster of fish. It's not like you're marking 10 or 20 bass like we saw here in years past. You're marking 2 or 3, but the way that they're showing up on forward-facing sonar, dude, they stand out. And when they break away from the bottom is when they really, really pop. But again, the key to this lake, every single tournament, every show that I've taped here, the key is to be around food. That tournament that we had here a couple years ago, Tommy and Davey, the anglers that fished in Anchor Bay, all they talked about was how many crayfish they would see in their live wells after every day of the tournament. There is no lack of forage in what we've seen so far. Even though it's getting shelled right now from anglers, it obviously is going to be a player, especially what we've marked in the last hour.
So speaking of players, Z, I've got to ask you this. Thursday morning, let's get it out. Anchor Bay has been the place to be on Lake St. Clair for the last few years. Will Lake Erie, will the Detroit River, will Lake Huron, will the St. Clair River play this week at all?
You know what, man? I feel bad for Chad Pipkins, Davey, and here's why I feel bad for him. We're basically it is a straight southeast wind, and it's getting it right now. Dude, when Chad Pipkins gets to the mouth of Lake Erie and hooks a left and heads east, he is going to see the wrath of God this morning, because there are going to be 4 to 6 footers for the better side of 20 miles. Here's the problem, man, with going to Lake Erie. You're going to have it to yourself, the Colchester area down to Kingsville. The problem is duplicating that every single day. There's so many variables. Here's the great variable of Anchor Bay to Metro, because there's a lot of anglers out from Crocker right now, basically the mile roads. Their time is so maximized just upgrading all day long to where Chad Pipkins today is going to have 2.5 hours to fish. And generally on Erie, you need a little time this time of year. I do believe the 2 X factors in this tournament, can somebody catch them out near that shipping channel, basically the deepest part of St. Clair? It has been rumored of being a big player in the last couple weeks. Not big numbers, but quality. Will somebody gamble, go up towards Huron, not all the way to Huron, not dealing with quantity, but the quality has been there. One angler, Chris Johnston, he practiced up there, did not catch a lot of bass, but he said, man, if I catch 5, I can catch 26 to 28 pounds. Look for somewhere, if Chris Johnston is trailing a little bit, to go for broke and do exactly that and go up the St. Clair River.
Z, I'm going to change the subject a little bit here. You always do your homework. You always do the groundwork, friend. And I know you've been mixing in with the anglers there. Let's talk about our big points leaders here. Who is the most calm and collected? Who is the most tweaked out for this week to begin right now?
You know, Tommy, I think Shakurit, I think Jay was a little bit tweaked before practice. But I think after practice, he calmed down a little bit, didn't really see what he wanted to see. You know, I talked to Mercer a little bit about that this morning, and really the last couple tournaments that we've had here, catching a high 3 or a low 4 wasn't that hard. It seems like it's a lot harder this time around, and you could kind of tell talking to Jay, you could kind of also tell talking to Chris Johnston. Chris Johnston, to me, is the ultimate game planner, man. You guys know that. I think at the end of day 1, those guys will both look at the standings and you might see one go for broke. But they were both concerned. I would say they were concerned, but both still very, very. Look, Trey McKinney has nothing to lose, right?
Yeah.
The fishing world, everybody watching Bassmaster Live, you look at Shakurit and Chris Johnston. Heck, we did that on the podcast together. And Mike McInnes was in my ear, and he's like, hey, Trey McKinney's going to win Angler of the Year, just so you know. As of right now, Mike McInnes calling his shot. But I would say as a whole, Tommy, they were both very, very calm because they know, dude, there's a lot of work still to be done.
Yeah, we got a live shot of Trey McKinney on right now, David.
Yeah, and he's been phenomenal ever since day one on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's knocking on the door of Angler of the Year and will be this year and a lot of other years. But I got to go back to, you mentioned tweaking out, asking Zona about some anglers that might be tweaked out. Z, you're all professional looking, all serious this morning. I need a little more like Z that fished a team tournament out in front of the mile roads with Davey Height back in the late 90s. I need the tweaked out Z a little more. How about that?
Davey, here's what I can tell you. After the weigh-in, I will be at Woody's down near 9 Mile. You need not worry about that. Trust me. There will be an old school mocker. I don't want to go down. Listen, I'm only covering this tournament. I'm keeping it high and tight at least until Championship Sunday, okay? Let's go.
Z, good stuff. Thank you. Yes, let's go. Z with us all day, all week out there on Lake St. Clair. So that's something excellent to look forward to here. He has an insight on this place that a few people have, that is for sure. And it's a little twisted, too. We love that. There's our 101 anglers who are out there today trying to make it to Saturday. That's the job at hand. The Yokohama Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Bassmaster Live, we're here 4 days. We're going to take you all the way through this one. Very, very important. They always seem more important at the end of the season. Everything gets more urgent in these points tallies and these qualifying status and so forth like that. Classic qualification. Winning the tournament, that's a pretty important thing too. 100 grand to the winner, and a lot of momentum heading into the final of Stop of the Year. That's going to be over at the Upper Mississippi, La Crosse, Wisconsin. That'll be a good one too.
Yes, it will. Lots of fish there.
Oh yeah.
Only ounces separate the winners from the losers.
Yeah, and don't get locked out. All marks, leader in Rookie of the Year points.
When you look at that map, it looks like it's so crowded in Anchor Bay, but then when we go to camera on site, you can see it's a big bay.
Oh, yeah.
Can handle a lot of
Bay is kind of a misleading. Yeah. Anchor Bay is like 90 square miles. That's bigger than your average bay.
Yes. Is it 90 square miles?
It's 90 square miles, Anchor Bay.
Come here, buddy. Come here. Get him.
A better one.
Oh.
When it's your fourth keeper, though, they're all better ones.
Huge or anything.
Looking at the build of these fish, a lot of them thin. I think a lot of these fish just spawned maybe last month. Haven't fattened up, recovered from the spawn yet.
Yeah, they got another layer of fat to put on before winter gets here. They got business out there. They have a purpose.
3.5. Number yellow.
Check it out, the Chris Johnston, defending champion. Betting on him to repeat is not a real bad bet.
No, it's
He was surprised when I told him he could become only the 4th angler ever to repeat AOY. Kevin Van Dam, Guido Hibden, and Roland Martin several times, and he's like, that's pretty good company.
Got Anchor Bay here. Sorry, I got one on the screen. But it's not going to be easy now. The area I started, I just didn't see as many fish, and I think they're probably on the bottom. And you could go back through there in the afternoon and get 3 4s very easily. But just hitting a couple different areas in Anchor Bay. And then I'm going to go out in the middle. Like I said, I was hoping to have a couple 4s and then go out there and try and get a couple big ones, but they're very random. You might go 30, 40 minutes without getting a bass. But we might have to just do that the rest of the day to try and get 5 big ones.
When tournaments are won or lost, making decisions on going to try to catch 5 big ones or staying around and catching 3, 3.5s, hopefully catch a 4-pounder every now and then. Just your gut instinct on what to do really makes a difference or it's going to determine who wins Angler of the Year.
Yeah, in this case.
These last 2 events where ounces are gold because everyone's going to catch limits for the most part. Making those calls on whether to try to gamble.
I definitely stopped way too short.
A lot of fish around him there. Zona hit on it. Being around bait, being around food is the key for Lake St. Clair, fishing Lake St. Clair. Most places we go as anglers, you look for contours and changes, edges, and because it's just so big and so flat, you have very little contour change. So really these fish relate to food more than contours. Usually it's a combination of the two.
They always talk about there's just more biomass in Anchor Bay. There's just more everything, plankton and bait. And
yep.
Color to the water.
Color to the water.
Yeah.
But it's even clear there.
Just need to come across a little group of big ones.
Yeah, it's the food chain, the circle of life. You know, with that starts with the color of the water, which there's a reason why it has colors.
Yeah, you want a little bloom.
Yep.
Paul Marks hanging in the top 30 for the time being. He's just got to hang in there a couple of events. Collect that all-important Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year trophy. Seems to mean more every year. And the competition to get it is tougher every year, for sure.
It absolutely is. It's certainly something to be proud of. It always has been, but certainly seems to me like the last 5 or 6 years in particular is like you got to be in the conversation for Angler of the Year to be in the conversation for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, that's what's changed about it for sure. Today is no exception. Paul Marks there with 515 points. Healthy lead ahead of Tucker Smith, who is no slouch himself. Easton Fothergill, the guy who won the Classic. Yeah, that's the kind of competition we're talking about for Rookie of the Year. Emil Wagner Evan Kung, Andrew Loberg, Bo Browning, and Blake Capps are 8 for this season. The Paul Marks in charge for now. Got plenty more to come from St. Clair here on Bassmaster Live. All the fantasy games. There's 3 of them now. The second one to appear on the scene here was, of course, the Falcon Rods Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge. Different from all the rest, tougher perhaps than all the rest, because you have to have an eye to the entire season. You have to consider who you're going to use and where and when. You choose your 8 elites for each event from among the available ones. The available ones are the ones you haven't used yet. So it takes a little extra thinking there, but it's a lot more fun, and it's you can get right in this if you make a couple of good tournaments where you choose a really good 8, can put you way up in the stats. So Falcon Rods Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge.
I have to ask this: do you save your best cards to the last 2 events, or did you burn the Johnson brothers and the guys?
Oh, you never use the Johnson brothers till the end of the season. I don't.
Well, I think because I did this year because we didn't have St. Lawrence on the schedule. You know, you could save them for here, but I mixed them throughout the season earlier this year. I think to success. I don't think that they were a bomb in those events. But yeah, like normally you kind of save your smallmouth hammers. But the problem is there's so many guys getting good that when we have 2 smallmouth events at the end of the year, you got 16 anglers. You got 30 left to choose from that you're like, I could have picked any one of these guys. I should have used one earlier.
Do you have Brian Schmidt left for?
Oh, I believe
lacrosse?
So. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Kept that ace in the hole.
I did not use Christie at 10 Killer. I saved him for next week.
Whoa.
So I missed out on the 91st at 10 Killer, which was good.
Here you see from Chris Johnson boat, that looks like Matt Robertson. And
who's on
Trey
my
McKinney's hooked
team
up
this week, Tommy?
Matt Robertson.
Yeah.
All right. Can't remember where I burned him or he burned me. I can't remember how that works.
I wasn't going to say it. I'm glad you said it.
Wow.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Didn't think that'd beat his smallest, a 3-pounder. Got some new guys in our top 10. Jeff Gustafson, John Garrett just pulled in to 7th. And Easton Fothergill with 4 fish. He's 9th place.
Make sure that fish is okay. The water's plenty cold.
I keep seeing that map when we were talking to Z that they showed that basically you had 100 anglers in the Anchor Bay area, even though, like you said, it's a huge area, and then you had Chad Pipkins at the bottom of the Detroit River.
That's what we.
I wish him well. I hope he catches him.
Well, we talked about it on the phone, me and you, and I talked about it with Kyle Jesse on the podcast. It's like the biggest question is not do you use the Michigan angler? It's you got to keep track with him in practice, see if he's planning to go to Erie, and that determines if you pick him or not. I mean, you're losing half your fishing time. You may not get there all 4 days if you can make it weight-wise. So many variables.
The wind could change. Make it tough.
Sure.
It's going to be tough today.
I mean,
As
that's
Zona
what-
mentioned,
so-
blowing southeast like that, it's going to be.
The last time we were here in 2023, he made the run, and it wasn't the issue. I mean, it was difficult getting there with the wind, but it wasn't the fact that it was windy. It was when he got there, it was so muddy from that south wind blowing into Erie that the water clarity was completely shot for his area. And it took him all day. He ended up getting 20 pounds one of the days, but the next day didn't go well. And so it's just I mean, honestly, it's hard to have tournaments out of Erie. We had a nation event, 3-day event, I believe, down to 1 day just a few weeks ago out of Monroe, Michigan, just south of the Detroit River. just very difficult to have tournaments out there with the wind factor. So if you're running from St. Clair, it's kind of a protected bowl in a sense between two Great Lakes, you're only running to the teeth of the wind.
And Chad Tipkins has not made it out of the river. He's still stuck up there near Amherstburg.
But that could be his plan, though, with the wind blowing the direction it's blowing today.
When I get to the mouth,
stay there today, yeah. But it's interesting the way these lakes cycle, and we've seen it through the years. When I won at St. Clair, I fished St. Clair and the St. Clair River, but the majority of the field, 150 boat field back then in the top 150s they were called, went to Lake Erie. And I thought, boy, I'm missing out because I never did go down there and practice. And when Doc Talk really got going that first day or two of the tournament, everybody was going to Erie. That's where you had to go. I thought, well, that wasn't very smart. But turns out that's when St. Clair really started its, move to you could win there and not have to go to Erie.
Now tournaments on Erie and Ohio and other parts of Michigan come to St. Clair.
Yeah.
We got an angler tied for the lead now. Pat Schlopper. All 5 of his fish came in at once. He's got 20 pounds, 4 ounces, same as Caleb Sumrall.
3 of them in that little group. See what we got here. Don't be a drum. Might be a big old smallmouth. This might be a giant. Definitely need this one. Looks solid. Looks long. It's a drum. My bad. I thought it was like a 5-pounder.
We've seen 2 big drum on Bass Live the last 2 days of competition, counting St. Lawrence, the Open, and here, both caught by Johnston brothers, both very equally disappointed.
That sucks.
They live in the same areas. You're going to have that. It is disappointing.
Oh, yeah.
I remember Christie's win floating out in the middle of the shipping channel, and every other catch was a drum and a bass, drum, bass, all the way as he floated basically down to Detroit.
It looked light down there.
Chris hanging in there in the top 30th place, as a matter of fact. Still 1 to the limit, right?
Yes. That makes it even more disappointing when you think it's your 5th one, it's your biggest one.
Oh, yeah. It's going to put you right in the top.
But he's not caught anything over 3 pounds. He's got a 2, 2.5, and 2 3-pounders. So he's not on that right.
He will small eye them a little bit, too. But, yeah.
That's
no big ones like Trey. Ones we've seen certainly have not been the 5 and 4 pound class.
Told you. Yeah. Bad guy might not notice.
Well, you want to talk about coming on in the second half of the season. Pat Schlopper was 89th in AOI. Of course, he won that event. at Sabine. Before that at Fork, he was 32nd, 36 at 10 killer. He keeps in the top 10 here. He went from 89th to, right now he's 29th in the updated standings on the Bass track.
That's tough to do.
Make a classic right there. And then he's going to Mississippi River.
This one's a bass. That I know.
So mid-season, so to
3-pounder.
speak, he was 89th. Yeah. Good job for him.
Yeah.
You're not that big. They're gonna have to get a lot bigger than that one. It's number 5.
Yeah, and honestly, from the beginning event at Toledo Bend last year, where he was 3rd place and almost won that event, from the next event at Fork on,
still not.
He's been in
right
that
size.
80s range, you know, fishing aptitude.
Gonna give this
And
about
so
another
it's been a
30
big
minutes in
turnaround.
here. Hoping to get 2 4s, at least some high 3s, and then keep moving on. I have not got the size I was hoping for today. But it's just a matter of covering water, and all of a sudden you come into a pod of them, and they're all 3.5 to 4.5 pounds, and you get 2 or 3 of them. Just covering water, it's a lot of luck. That's why I don't love this St. Clair game. Just put the trolling motor down, watch the live scope, and if you come into the right size fish, you can get right in a hurry. But you could also miss it by 100 feet and miss the winning fish and go right by.
Yeah,
Figuring it out as you go along.
Very different place, and he and his brother are known to catch them so well. You have those targets that they go fish, those boulders that have been there forever. You got to keep moving here.
Pat Schlopper, winner down at Sabine River. Man on top, tied on top with Caleb Summerall. Gerald Swindle in 3rd place. Easton Fothergill. Trey McKinney, still our big bass leader right now with a 5-pounder in the boat. Gustafson moving up there, along with Shakura, our points leader.
Paul Marks here. We're at beautiful Lake St. Clair. I got some Zoom wing flutes, 5-inch on a Biwako Wakasagi. It's kind of mimics a perch, also mimics, you know, all the other bait fish they're eating, the alewife parent. That color is just beautiful. I'm gonna have it tied on all week for the tournament. I'm gonna throw it from an 1/8 ounce head all the way up to a 1/2 ounce, depending on the wind, depending on the depth, but very versatile bait and they eat it.
Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year leader, Paul Marks with Bass Pro Shop's top tackle. The wing flute, as predicted 2 minutes ago by Davey Height.
Yes.
Man,
he has it tied on everywhere he goes.
That's right. Back down to Lake St. Clair. Was once considered one of the Great Lakes way back in the day. Such can probably fill us in on that a little later. And let's just go to Paul Marks.
Oh, pretty slow start so far, but honestly, I'm not mad about it. I got a couple nice ones. It's been pretty tough on me in the past couple days out here on St. Clair. Really hard to find the right size and to get them to bite. These things are pretty well educated. But we're gonna keep throwing at them, throwing it, I don't know, more than 100 today and caught 5, only kept 4 of them. This one was pretty tiny, but it's pretty tough out here. As you can see, there's quite a few boats around. But there's a lot of fish. Maybe if I can get a solid limit, I'm probably gonna run out into the middle of the lake, get out on the Canada side and, oh, fish. No, pretty deep, 18 foot or so. I didn't see many fish out there at all, but I think good chance to catch some big ones out there, which there's a lot of big ones in here too, but they don't bite. tried literally everything, but this is what it is. Hopefully the wind will lay down a little bit if we head out there, because it's a little choppy right now. But other than that, pretty good morning out here. Just need some big bites. There's one. Ooh, please eat it. God. Pretty large dot there. Come on, swim up there and get it. Try something else.
We're 2 points leaders, and Jerry Secure, the wind's starting to get a little livelier out where he is.
Yes, it is. There we go. Jay's hooked up.
That looks bigger. Ah, not really. Yeah, bigger. Ish. It's not really that big though. No. Definitely bigger than that one. Fatter at least. So number 3.
That is an upgrade for Jay.
A 3.5.
It's getting rid of a 3.2 or a 3.4.
Oh.
I think you got like a 3.2 and a 3.4.
Is that what it was? 3.5. Not big enough.
Oh. Paul just had one there and lost it.
Back over there.
Ray Hanselman has tied McKinney for our Phoenix Folks Big Bass of the morning, 5-pounder. He
saw that.
6th place. Now he's got 18 and change on the day.
It's kind of tough.
Bowman and Zona?
It could be.
That'd be Bowman and Zona.
Checking out some hot spots there.
And with a 4.5-pounder, Caleb Summerall has culled up to 21 1/4.
Good job for Caleb.
Gained a pound.
He's the outright leader now. Paul Marks, our Dakota Lithium rookie leader, despite the fact of missing 3 cuts during the course of the season. But the key to it is they were all
hit it. He didn't need
just
it.
in the
Slight
50s.
misses.
Yeah, just near misses.
Yeah.
3 pounds, 3 positions, 6 positions, like that, all in the 50s.
Yeah.
First and the second don't hurt for the points.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll say this.
403.
Big move not only for the tournament for Caleb Summerall, but for requalification. We have that big chart that you and Mark Zona
Yes,
we
that
tried
you
to
put
conjure
together.
up.
And I
Just
acknowledge that.
above that list, he was one of those guys that's some of those guys on the below, waiting for others to make the moves or fall or rise. He is putting himself safer and safer with every fish he catches.
Great moves here on St. Clair. There's an angler on the move as it stands right now. Some of them got a plan to move later today to some of the less populated areas, get away from the crowds, and we'll see how that works out. It'll be very interesting to see how these guys learn as they go along. Today, the first day of competition, the Yokohama Bassmaster Tires, Yokohama Tires Bassmaster Elite. Getting near the shank of the season here, second to last tournament of the year, but there's still a chance to test the waters in one of these fantastic fantasy fishing games, and that is going to be Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, the original, the OG game here. You get to pick 5 anglers for each tournament. You can do so for the Upper Mississippi. Pick 5 from 5 different buckets, buckets represented by your standings in AOY points, and see how well you fare against you might decide that, hey, next year I'm all in, but you can test it out for this year.
Tommy, we have a young avid viewer from Canada who's a high school angler.
Okay.
Always tunes in for the fantasy projections, the TNZ podcast, all that. Said he set his team last month, but he waited till this week for all the reports, so he cleared his roster out, forgot to reset it, so he's got to.
Oh, geez.
I said, you got to go with your gut just in case we don't give you a podcast of the week. And so he's going to be watching for next week.
Let's get out to Trey McKinney.
Well, right now, hang on, I'm trying to catch this here smallmouth. It's a big one too, it looks like. Being tough on me though. I mean, we got a good bag, but now they're kind of, golly, I can't cast it with 2 feet. They're getting kind of smart, which is understandable. This rod. I can catch them on a minnow early and then it just dies instantly. So that's right now what I'm trying to figure out, how to get them to bite. Because they are smart. Really smart. Uh-oh, here it goes. I hit him actually this time. Wow. He loved that. I mean, loved it. He said, heck no, dude. I ain't that dumb. It's like these fish, you throw once, and it's literally like, not many times have I caught them after. Very moody. You only get like 15 minutes where every fish you throw out bites, and then you'll go an hour when nothing bites.
Well, looking to rekindle a little bit of what was going on this morning. Had a good start to his day. Some good action.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of fish catches like we always do here on Lake St. Clair, but Such nailed it. He had those, the ones that you want to build around, a 5-pounder and a 4-pounder early on this morning. May not have been in the lead, but you knew he had the base for what you need to do well here. Look at it, just a different size fish than we've seen most of these anglers catch that we've got cameras with today. And I just noticed he said something a second ago. I hit him and he didn't want to bite it. I just hit that fish. with the wind blowing, throwing light baits on Lake St. Clair, the waves, the wind, all that, it takes skill, talent, whatever you want to call it, to be able to present your bait close enough for those fish to react and, you know, to hit the fish or land within a foot of it. It takes some special skill. I don't care what you think about the technology itself.
Oh my God.
Being able to present that bait like he's able to do it takes talent.
4 times. Loaded up on it too.
Just hitting the on button does not guarantee
Stuff like that
catching
does
a fish.
Well, and we've seen with different graph feeds as well. Jay Shakurit, they normally say don't let the bait fall below the fish. His first one, it fell to the bottom, it went down on it. You have Kiyoya working it the way he is, speeding up, slowing it down. And so we're seeing it's not just drop it near them and they swim to it at all now. St. Clair is pressured, Anchor Bay is pressured big time.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kelly with our third 5-pounder caught today.
Who is that?
Jonathan Kelly. He's 21st. He's only got 15 pounds total, but one of them's a 5.
Talking about fast starts, if Trey McKinney could have got a fast start to his season, it would be a different landscape right now as far as Jay Shakurit and all the rest go. He had a really, really tough finish. 89th at the St. Johns River. Same deal for Kyoya Fujita. 92nd at Okeechobee. Those two guys, if it just made the cut, it'd be them two battling it out.
I remember Kyoya having a tough tournament there, but I kind of forgot, I guess, that it was a 92nd.
Really bad,
yeah.
A few minutes ago while we were off on a break, this was Taku Ito.
Yes, smallmouth. Not big. Yeah, very strong. Looks like a good one, but no. Yeah, no school. Yeah. Looks good. I think a 3-pounder, but it's good one. It's good one. Yeah. I think 3-pounder, maybe 2.5, but nah, it's good one. Oh yeah.
He was having some fun there.
Yeah. Good one.
It was a 4-pounder all day long.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Okay.
It's his fourth over 4.
Yeah, so it's pretty tough, but so I got a all 4-pounder, so 4+. It's pretty good, but so not so many birds, anchor bait, a lot of pressure. But always afternoon it's good. So I hope 1 hour later it's more fish aggressive. So, but right now it's fish tough.
It was fun watching Taku down in Texas. Best finish of the year, the Sabine River, when he was punching Taku.
Yes, he was.
Punching Taku Ito, hitting the mats down there.
Said it's crazy when we think about Cody Huff and Taku Ito, two of the best electronics fishermen in the world, and their best finishes this year have been top 20s at Sabine River. So I expect better from him today and next week.
You just know, like, he's good with electronics. All these guys are, but when you go to smallmouth world, Taku, he cranks it up a notch.
Yeah,
I mean,
seems
you can
like
guarantee it.
And when he moved to the States and spent time, this was his home. This is his home lake. He spent a bunch of time with folks in Michigan before moving towards the Georgia region.
Yeah, one thing you can always count on for Taku Ito is he will be doing his homework everywhere we go and set it up, but here, especially at St. Clair, he's got the work ethic that gets results for him.
I always practice. I always learn to fishing. I don't have a Christmas. I don't have a Happy New Year because every day fishing hard. No rest, no time. And every day fishing, I have to work. I have to fishing every day.
Final two events of the year. First stop of our northern swing, Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair and theirs. Your leaderboard as it stands right now. Estimated Bass track weights right there for sure, but Caleb Summerall pulled himself away and has it outright now ahead of Easton Fothergill, our classic champion. Gerald Swindle, two-time Angler of the Year. Pat Schlopper, who's won this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Trey McKinney, third place in points coming into this one here on the Lake St. Clair. So some big names at top.
Tommy, we've been to Lake St. Clair quite a bit. Sometimes it's called Lake St. Clair, sometimes it was called the Detroit River where we launched out of, but we talk about how many places you can fish on here and maybe where your quality of weight comes from. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios. I'm here at the Pro Guide Batteries, Screen and Knowledge, and I wanted to break down per tournament that we've been here over the last dozen years, since 2013 now, the average daily weight that it takes for the winning angler. So let's go over to this. Now, hang with me here with these 5 Elite Series events we've had, and then 3 3-day events we've had. And so looking at these 5 previous elites that we've had, Joey Cifuentes, Bill Weidler, you got Jason Christie, Todd Faircloth, Chris Lane, those victories, they were from the last week of July to the last week of August, that 1 month period of the calendar, and it's on average 21 to 22 pounds. Obviously, this was the highest of the bunch, the 91 pounds that Joey Cifuentes. So 22.14 a day, the highest per day average for an Elite Series event. We come over here to the 3-day events we've had over the last dozen years. The Open last year, early July, the July 11th period. We had the 2019 AOI Championship late September, early October, and then we had an Open the first week of September. You can see the weights here early in July and late in September. So I'm thinking, when we think these are all pre-technology, pre-live sonar, and the weights per day for Elite Series winners in the same time period are about the same as we're seeing now. Obviously, those top end weights, we get more anglers in that 85 to 90 range, but overall, the weights are on par. The big deal is time of year when we come here. Earlier in July, later in September, the weights get big per day for the winner. And obviously, 3-day events, but those are bigger fields too. Opens fields are 200 plus boats. Obviously, the AOI Championship is only 50 anglers. But I was looking at that. We think technology is a big influencer at St. Clair. I think it's more time of year than technology because those weights look very similar from the 13, 15, 17 years as we see 2020, 2023, and now.
You mean it's not 3-day events, people just fish harder? and catch
No,
more.
they don't.
Since you've got 25%
I'll
less
say
time.
that's one less day they lean on them.
Yeah.
But some of those opens, they had 5 days of practice or, unlimited practice at times. And so the pressure that these places got was just different. But time of year it sticks out like a sore thumb to me.
I think time of year certainly has, because you're before the spawn and then after the spawn certainly has a lot. We talked about it already this morning, seeing these fish, they look lean right now because a lot of these fish spawned this last moon, and the full moon in July.
Yeah, where we really see technology bridging the gap is that 50 cut weight. You see, though, 50 cut weight is probably, and I'll probably do that, I'll dive into that tomorrow as we go to make our cut after tomorrow's competition, but that 50 cut, I will guess, is probably much higher the last couple times we've been there than previous, just because throughout the field, the winning caliber can only be so high, but that 50 cut weight can be, instead of 16 pounds a day to make the cut, it's 18, 19 pounds a day sometimes.
John Cruz just jumped into 5th place, knocking Shakur another a spot back. McKinney's holding ground up there and gaining ground on Shakur right now. Chris Johnson has fallen to 40th.
Swam over to it.
The other thing, to your point, Ronnie, I think, especially with the 50 cut, and even all the way down, every angler catching a limit the last time we were here, because these smallmouth everywhere, but especially here on St. Clair, move so much with the bait. I know it because I've been there, done that. You could go to a place and start in the morning. There were a lot of fish there the day before, and they are gone. Now you see, when you drop your trolling motor in 5 minutes, you know that they're gone. Before, it might take you an hour of fishing to figure that out. Another good one for Trey.
Look at that other big one with him. Come on. Real light line and come on, buddy. Come on. You're not even that big. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh, he was gonna be a lot bigger. Not a bad one though. That little small. He's fat though. Ooh.
Definitely bigger than 3 Eagle.
Mm-hmm.
That was blue, so take it for blue.
Kyoya Fujita started the day tied for 5th place. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points.
Ooh. Solid one there.
Looks like it.
5.
Joey just switched scales.
He did.
On us.
We were surprised last week with it on the final day at St. Lawrence. We saw that. And the spring scale must have been broke by a 6-pounder.
Yeah.
Good upgrade for him there.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Fighters here.
Julia has won in the Northern Swing before, Lake Champlain, a couple of years ago.
I was on the water at that event, and he had a lot of boats around him. He just outfished them.
Yeah,
he just flat out outfished them.
Out there.
Got a lot of boats around him there today.
Good look at the lake there. Different sort of place, unique in all the places we visit. Caleb Sumrall, Southwest Louisiana. Man on top with 21 pounds and 4 ounces. Easton Fothergill, Trey McKinney, Gerald Swindle, Pat Schlopper, one in East Texas. A little earlier this season, John Cruz, been here through all the years of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Hey, for everyone who's been watching on the Roku Sports channel, thanks for being with us this morning. Some live programming coming up next, and this continues, this live coverage on Bassmaster.com. '25 Yokohama Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. We certainly want to extend our thanks to our partners here. On this day, the Detroit Sports Commission. What a sports town, what a great sports town Detroit is. I mean, Lions and Tigers and Red Wings, oh my. They got it all here.
There you go.
And they love having the bass fishing. They've got one of the jewels, one of the absolute jewels in the crown for smallmouth fishing worldwide here at Lake St. Clair. Hats off to the Detroit Sports Commission for making this thing happen. Nice shot of the lake right there with the Broad Avenue. Was that maybe one of the mile roads headed in there? Big American flag there. Good stuff.
It's got that haze in the background. That
the smoke from the fires in Canada coming down all over in Michigan this past few days. And man, it's a little hazy.
You were hanging out, weren't you?
I was hanging out.
Vacationing?
Yeah. I follow the smoke all summer. That's what I do.
When the smoke follows you, one of the other.
Chris Johnston. Incredible record the last 3 years in the final events, the Northern Swing, part of the season, each of those years. This is moments ago.
These maps aren't exact, but it does look like he has moved out of Anchor Bay.
Oh, it's a big one. These are the ones we need.
Chris told us.
It's the biggest one of the day so far.
Moved out, he wouldn't get many bites, but they were a different class. Looks like he's spot on.
Oh, come here, buddy. Gotcha. Oh. Ow. Ow. Got the hook right in my hand. Well, it's not how it's supposed to go, but Yeah. One on the big side.
Big help.
Yeah, that was heavy fish there. Had some shoulders on it.
Smallest one, just 2 pounds.
Joya caught one of those a few minutes ago. Let's see what this one looks like.
Watch the Bassmaster Elite Series and you see Koya. You notice just like that, he grabbed the line and pulled that fish out. He does not use a light fluorocarbon leader when he is fishing ever. You know, it's
straight.
Well, he uses a rate of fluoro, but he uses a lot of these guys using 6 and 8 pound test fluoro. He uses 12, 14 quite a bit.
Yeah.
17
I've
even
16,
at
16,
17 even
yeah.
at Toledo Bend and Fork in a few places. But
that's why you see him hit him so hard as well. And maybe uses a shorter rod, a little maybe more limber, but it's got good backbone. He hits them hard and then
He doesn't mess around. He puts them in the boat real quick. I've noticed that.
Most of
that's
these
the reason, I guess.
fish catches take 3 minutes on average when I get the highlights, and his are a minute and 12 seconds.
I think he'll hurt. It's away.
Jay Shakira just 3.5 pounders across the board, basically. One a little bigger than that.
Not great. Yeah, getting there, kinda. Not quite. Wish he was a little fatter. I think it'll call that.
3 1/4.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, it's got a throat on him. Huh? He doesn't like it.
I'm gonna have to beam him.
Bring the beam.
There we see Brian Schmidt.
He's got one of Skeeter Boat's big fish alert. Brian Schmidt with a 5-pounder tying McKinney, Hanselman, and Kelly, all with 5-0. So let's see who sandbags the most. Get our big fish. We'll probably see a bigger one today.
I bet we will.
But he's got 4 fish for 13.5 or so. He's around 40th place right now. Chris Johnson went in as a 4-4, jumped him up about 15, 16 spots in the standings. He was falling to 44th. He's got to keep contact with Shakurat and McKinney, who is like 10 spots ahead of Shakurat right now.
Mm-hmm. Might help a little bit.
I think our LY race is setting up to be right down to the final day.
Seems like it.
Final day.
Yeah.
Which tells me we will probably see those 3 anglers all fishing the lacrosse pool, because there's just
pool 7. Yeah.
There's just no way that you're going to go.
You're not going to
up
risk
to 7
it, right?
or down to 9 if you're in a negligible, point battle on a place that's tight.
It'll be interesting.
That's a big one, I think.
high-flying bird's eye view for you.
I was going to say.
I mean, we are up there.
Be careful, that commercial traffic coming in and out of the Detroit airport.
Right, no kidding. That's a big airport.
That's a big one. That's a really big one, I think.
If we can see the smallmouth from this distance, it is a big one.
The smallest in the live well now is 3.5, 3.8.
It gives you a good idea of how he's not fishing around other anglers right now. Geez, look at that shot. That's beautiful. Oh, look at the fish down there.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. There we go. Pretty good one.
That's a big one.
Just can't tell how big. Like, I don't know if it's a 4.5, a 4. I know it's gonna help, I think.
My first thought is 4.5, 4 3/4. It's at least 4.5.
Let's see what damage. Come on, go 4.5 for me. There we go. Okay. Yellow. Full pound. Oh yeah. Okay. Where's yellow? Okay, now we got all twins. There's three 15s. I mean, that one's chunky.
That means he's got 3, 4 evens, basically, and a 5. He said we'll call it 5. So that's at least 4 for 17.5 pounds, probably. He's going to be in that 22 to 23 pound range.
It's a 14-ounce upgrade to take the lead on Bass Trap.
Just calmer back here. Kind of. Gosh, dude. Need to find my balance beam. Okay. He's mad.
That fish he just threw back is all over.
All right.
Looked like a good fish. It was a solid fish.
Add a little bit more ice to him. That fish is tired. He fought good. He fought a good fight. Okay. Let's see.
Trey McKinney making some noise, as expected.
4-3, he's in second place right now, and that ties him with Secured for points.
Oh, wow.
Got it. Yes.
Dr. Weeder looking for his fish number 4 here.
This is not big. Yeah.
He's got, his 3 are good. They're 4-pounders, 4 plus.
Oh, it's pretty good. Yes. I think okay. Oh.
You can step on that bag.
Okay, yes, thank you. Yeah. Okay, yes. All right. It's pretty good. Oh, yeah.
4-pounder. 4 solid ones for Taku.
Yeah, 4 plus. Vito getting the job done today.
5.
Get him up to top 20 there. It's good going early on today, but Caleb Sumrall hanging in there, but just barely. Trey McKinney closing the gap on him. Easton Fothergill, Gerald Swindle, Pat Schlopper, John Cruz. That top 10 hasn't changed too much in the past hour or so. With Ray Hanselman bringing it up in 10th place right now. We got plenty more to come, a long way to go. The 2025 Yokohama Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. Live coverage sponsored by Skeeter Boats. Much appreciate that. A lot to see out here. Big place, 430 square miles in this stopping point between two of the Great Lakes, Huron and Erie. There's a leaderboard. Caleb Sumrall on top, but just barely 3 ounces ahead of Trey McKinney. Easton Fothergill, your classic champion there, 2-time AOY. Gerald Swindle, Pat Schlopper won this year. John Cruz, Cole Sands, Jeff Gustafson, John Garrett, and Ray Hanselman. Trey McKinney always making noise, it seems. He has done so today so far. Our Mercury move of the day, moving up there right under first place, but moving into a virtual tie for points. And our rolling tracking of the points via Bass Track of AOY points. He is tied now with Jay Shakura in the points race. That's not official. Bass Track is not official, and nothing locks in until after this day is done. But man, that just shows how volatile that race is and how fragile a lead can be.
Absolutely. Looking at Mercury Move of the Day, Trey McKinney. Not a surprise to see him being the Mercury Move of the Day in his young career. This is not his first time being Mercury Move of the Day, but Suits nailed it. He got going this morning with a 5-pounder and a 4-pounder and had those solid fish to start with, and that's what you have to have on Lake St. Clair right now. Mercury Move of the Day certainly attributed to him catching the quality fish, the better size. We heard so many of the anglers talk about practice and said you can catch 3-pounders everywhere, you can catch 100 of them, but it's hard to find those 4-pounders, let alone a 5-pounder. Well, Trey did exactly that this morning, got it going, and showing him unofficially with his smallest fish being 312. I don't know if he's got one quite that small, so his move of the day might even be a little better than we think. But hey, got to give him credit. He came up to Lake St. Clair, and he's saying, I'm not going away, Jay Secure. Chris Johnston, I'm not going away. I'm going to be right here with you for these last 2 events.
He makes it to Sunday here. Yeah, this race is going to be so exciting.
I think he will.
I think he will, too. I fully think so. And he's had 4 top 10s already this year.
That's incredible. Yeah. It really is. And I'm saying, maybe Chris and Jay will be there with him on Sunday. Definitely at least one of them. I think 2 of the 3 anglers, our top 3, will be fishing this Sunday.
I believe you're right. I would go with that. Let's get out on the water to Chris Johnston.
Oh, just roaming around, seeing a bunch of walleye, sturgeon, drum, and I've seen about 2 or 3 bass. Caught one, might have missed one small one, but not off to a great start. But I said if I could get like a fish a half hour here, they're typically pretty good ones. So I'm gonna camp out here for at least probably another hour and a half. If I don't get one, then I'll move back into anchor. But if I can get 4 more here, I have potential to get over 20. So it's painful though. It's just staring at this live scope. And honestly, one of the hardest things is to depict what's a bass and drum, and like right there's a drum I just threw at, but every once in a while one tricks you, so I throw at a lot of them. But definitely need to upgrade a little more. That one's a sturgeon.
Another big part of using this technology is knowing how to, being able to identify the different species.
Oh, that looks like a bass.
I think we were at Champlain. I can't help but remember Ike and Ellie catching one on his forward facing, and he was so excited because like he had actually done it, and it was a catfish. Wasn't that Champlain last year?
Say that again. Sorry,
Ike and Ellie caught a catfish. He was so excited, like there's one, and he got it to bite.
He dropped right down on it and said, "I'm gonna."
That was so me. That was so me last year. Like, oh, that one, I got one to bite. I really tricked him, and it's a catfish.
Well, it's a step forward either way.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's her. That's her. That is a giant. I think it is. Yeah, that's a big one.
Another part of the equation. Species and size, being able to identify.
Well, no, yeah, I don't know how they do it. That's just.
And you're not talking, 2-pounder versus 10-pounder. You're talking about 3-pounder versus 4-pounder, or 4-pounder versus 5-pounder. Knowing how to tell the difference. That is a big one.
Yeah, that one made a splash.
Come on, baby.
It's a different landing, a different sound, a different splash.
How much you got? 18. It's not even that big, I don't think. It's still. There we go. I don't know. It's a big one, but I don't think it's 5. 22 and a half. Just drifted down the same line.
Yeah, I don't know. Weird.
It's a 4 3/4 almost.
Yeah.
Just drift down this line.
Yeah.
Did your one area not have them?
It had them, but like they wouldn't bite this morning. First thing, about an hour ago, every fish I threw at bit, but I lost a 5.5 like another one.
Really?
On a minnow.
Really?
Jumped twice, right at the boat.
Red. What? I caught one 4.5 on a dice, and then all the rest on a minnow. I can't get them to bite it really today.
Everyone I've caught's been on it.
Really? We got a bag.
That one he just picked up, I think he's about to cull.
Yeah, he said, what was it, 4 3/4? So that's going to be like a 12-ounce upgrade. He's going to be at 23 plus.
Waves. Okay, I'm just gonna call that one.
Trey McKinney makes a call here, Davey Hyde. I was looking at the Deep Dive app. We were talking about the water clarity and how Anchor Bay seemed a little clearer this year than normal. This was 2+ weeks ago. You can see at the bottom, 2 weeks ago for the little filter chart. But Anchor Bay is what we're talking about, the northeast corner of the Metro Park region. And watch as we go, let me take the pencil off, as we go closer to now, you can see how the water clarity changes so much, and I wouldn't say dirty, but more so chalky. It gets that weird northern chalkiness to it, and you can see how the redder portions that are the dirtier portions of St. Clair have moved around and changed based on wind direction. You know, you get a pounding wind from the south. Anchor Bay is going to be more affected than the South Shore, things like that. I'd say about 4 or 5 days ago, the water clarity was pretty even all over the lake, but as we get to what it was yesterday, you can start to see that that northern wind that we had the first few days of practice have really pounded that South Shore, pounded the Walpole area as well, and those have been much more dirty than the Anchor Bay region. And I've got more to show, but we'll show the wind direction for Chad Pipkins as well. Out here at Erie, you can see it is coming in at a sustained 8, gusts probably more than that, but straight from the south. And for that long run down to the Colchester, that north shore of Erie, Chad Pipkins is going through some major waves to get all the way back up to Anchor Bay. So we'll keep an eye on the wind. If it's wavy in Anchor Bay and on St. Clair, guys, it is certainly blowing out on Lake Erie from the south.
Yeah, that's that wind direction is like the worst you could ask for if you're planning on fishing Lake Erie from St. Clair.
And it'll be interesting to see as this water clarity changes from yesterday to today, what it'll look like Saturday with the south wind. You know, it can make it dirtier this weekend.
Trey McKinney says, I got a bag now. He does. 22 pounds, 1 ounce. He's also got the lead as it stands right now, taking that away from Caleb Sumrall. Still got Fothergill, Swindle, Schlopper in the top 5 as it stands right now. We got plenty more to come from here in Michigan when we return. 2025 Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite from Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Great to have you with us as we get closer and closer to the midway part of our day here on fantastic Lake St. Clair. Scores in our top 10. Unofficially all within a couple of pounds of each other. It's going to be a close one down to the end of this. I don't know, David, do you foresee someone running off and leaving everyone in the dust here?
Absolutely not. You couldn't have 2 better events because of, they're great fisheries, obviously, the Mississippi River and Lake St. Clair, but the weights are always so close. Yeah. And we've got an unusually tight Angler of the Year race, and coming to these final 2 fisheries, perfect.
Yeah, it's a good setup.
Taku's got 4 good ones. I just saw that fish jump.
Yeah.
That's another good one.
Yeah, you'd like to have that limit by this time of day. Whoa.
Uh-oh.
He exited stage right there.
Yeah. Tried to swing him in. You see him coming. Oh. Off the side of the boat. Did not see it, but not going in Taku's live well today.
It's like the lady who walks behind Scarlett Johansson on the red carpet, and you never see her continue on. Like, where'd she go? It's like the smallmouth that disappeared.
I was
I
thinking
would
that
not
exactly.
have thought of that analogy,
I
Ronnie.
just saw it yesterday. The video came up again of somebody walking behind someone getting interviewed, and then you never see them they never passed, and you don't know where
missed
they
that
went.
video.
Yeah.
I missed it.
I'll show it
I
to y'all
don't know
during
how,
the break.
but I
I'll catch
missed
y'all
it.
old school guys up.
Scarlett who?
I saw it.
Thanks.
All right, well, there
Thanks.
we go.
Appreciate it.
So
Thanks.
we got
thanks.
You guys got too much time on your hands.
Apparently.
Taku kind of looks like he's looking for it right now.
Yeah, I thought he was going to throw back down for it there. I'd drop down and catch it again.
I'll just say, if you type in "lady disappears," the fourth option is behind Scarlett Johansson. That's the suggested option. I'm just saying.
That's probably why I've never seen that.
Phony AI. Those are all the comments. Start in with
I've
that.
never typed in "lady disappears." That's probably why I've never seen that. You know, honestly, we heard all during practice. I talked to Zona yesterday, Anchor Bay, Anchor Bay, Anchor Bay. We have not seen one or two little clips where we had some boats within 100 yards of one another, but for the most part, just like this, not another fishing boat around.
Currently in 15th place. Need something bigger than 3 to cull here. He's had his limit for a while.
No help?
Nope. Under 3.
There we go.
Might be a little better.
Yes. So happy that Zona is there on site this week.
Yeah.
Rumor is we're going to get him to do a Bass Pro Shops top tackle with Koya.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good.
No. Hey,
It'll be suspenseful. It will be
Yes, it will.
suspenseful. We're looking for that. Oh, beautiful shot there. The wide expanses of Lake St. Clair, and the man on top at St. Clair is Trey McKinney. Yet another good season in his third year Bassmaster Elite Series. Second year Bassmaster Elite Series. Summerall in second, Fothergill, Swindle, Schlopper, Sands, Cruz, Gustafson, Watley, and Garrett. Day 1, Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. Good stuff from Michigan. Skeeter Boats is sponsoring our live coverage today. It has been a pleasure to be live with you all morning long as we get very close to the midway point of our day, at least for the first flighters. And man, it moves fast. The season rolls on, and the closer it gets to the end, the faster each day seems to go. Whoop, look out.
Skeeter Boats, BFA. From Brad Watley, a 5.5 pounder, our biggest fish of the day. Problem is he's got 2 fish under 3 pounds. He's up in our top 10 though with 18 and change.
All right, the man from East Texas.
Hopefully he's has the opportunity to get rid of those 3-pounders.
2020 driving up here in Detroit, he had somebody wreck him in his boat. Remember that?
What?
Accident?
I remember that. I remember that.
Takuito's still with 4 keepers. Love to have 5 by this time of day.
Not so many bass, that big one.
I think it was a head-on accident where it came into his lane and clipped his
I can see the bass.
Boat
left
and
rear
trailer.
and yeah.
Not head on, yeah. Clipped him
Well, I mean,
and forced him into a wall, I think, and his boat was sideways. And
Yeah,
Frank
what-
Talley came out
like-
and
I know they had
rescued
to
him.
bring him up on a flatbed, a new boat and trailer.
Yeah.
But they didn't have to, but thankfully
They
a
did,
sponsor
yeah.
did.
I was very grateful.
Folks at Phoenix.
That has put AOY leader Jay Shakira down into a tie for 17th with several guys passing him.
That one's not going to make the cut for Jay. He's had his limit for a while.
But
Actually, had one of the early limits.
morning, not so many bass. Right now, fish more aggressive. Fish schooling. I can see in a couple fish.
Very good four box there to have on a smallmouth fishery.
Yeah.
Those 4 right there have caught a few brown fish
Yeah.
in the last few years.
I'll give Trey McKinney a lot of credit. Last year after his Smith Lake DQ, lost the AOY lead, he licked his wounds, went up to St. Lawrence and Champlain and learned the ways of the smallmouth. And we saw him before this event, before fishing on Lake Michigan, learning the ways of the smallmouth. And he's leading the event.
Spends a lot of time pre-fishing. Got to give him credit for working hard.
A whole lot of drum right there.
But so does Taku and Jay and Chris. They all spend a lot of time on the water.
Yeah.
A lot of time on the water.
Okay. We're gonna go do one more kind of pass where I caught that one and had one on the boat in that area. And then I think we're gonna couples 2 minutes. Pretty sure they're drum though.
Largemouth.
Wow.
Got a closer look at that.
What are we doing out here right now? I really don't know. Catching largemouth. That's good.
That's what happens when you start eating bacon and eggs for breakfast, young
that's
man.
right. You get a largemouth.
You start catching those largemouth.
Do you have any in your wedge? Do you have any in your 20 fish?
No, I did not weigh in.
Not a one. There's some big ones in there.
Wish I could answer that question. Not a clue. Yeah, I know. We're in dink zone. We gotta get out of the dink zone. Ouch. No. That could have been bad. Just had a hook into the hand dealer there. A lot of fish around here. I just don't think they're very big. You say that and then you catch one and it's huge. That's why I hate to not try here.
Some big webs.
Trey needs one over 3 1/4. Trey needs one over 4 in order to upgrade.
Yeah, just noticed Trey caught that fish. Looked like it was 3 1/2, and he didn't take a second look at it.
Yeah.
Looks bigger. There's just no telling.
Unofficially, McKinney has made up his 13-point deficit. He's 3 points ahead in AOI, and there's 30-some-odd guys who don't have Bass Track who could still get between and make it bigger, or Shakir could catch him. Hey, he could take the lead.
Come on. For sure into them. Yep. Come on. And of course the biggest one doesn't bite. Dang it. I need you, buddy. Come on.
For the first time this year, I can sense the pressure of AOI getting to Jay a little bit. And he's fine, he's young, but he knows that holding Blue Trophy is a great accomplishment, but the AOI title, Bassmaster Angler of the Year, is a whole other level.
He's kind of nervous talking to himself.
Haven't heard that.
Yeah, no, we have not heard that. doesn't do much of that. That's a different situation. Things are jacked up a little bit, tweaked up a little bit as we take a look at our leaderboard. Page 1, Trey McKinney on top. About that, Caleb Sumrall, Easton Fothergill, Swindle, Schlopper, Sands, Cruz, Fujita moved up into our top 10. Jeff Gustafson remaining in our top 10, and Brad Watley on the strength of a 5.5, I believe it was, right?
A big week for Brad Watley as well. With the Logan Latuso DQ from Tainkiller, he jumped up to 70th in AY, now safe. Now trying to also build higher in the points race to be safe for next year.
Yeah, a lot of people jumped up as a result of that. Jay Shakira made his cut status was improved by that. Jonathan Kelly, John Garrett, Ray Hanselman Jr. got one of the big ones on today. Austin Felix, and there's Jay Secura in 18th place, and we have reached it. The halfway point in our day. The halftime show is coming up next.
Finally back in your life. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The summer hiatus is over, and the Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats is back, and back in a big, big way. Lake St. Clair always shows out, and once again it will here this week. A special, special week with just 2 stops left to finish off the 2025 season. This one, of course, in Michigan on Lake St. Clair, and then in a few weeks' time we're going to head up to La Crosse, Wisconsin. When you look at smallmouth bass fishery and largemouth bass fishery, 2 of the best in the world we're going to be finishing it with. And hey, we've had a lot of fun throughout this season on this halftime show. I mean, our fine viewers have had a little fun, and you know, after a great season, you want to start off back at school with something special. And,
yes.
and I mean, a guy that's very good at a lot of things, but horrible at retiring, Mark Zona.
Oh, don't worry, it'll happen in 4 more days. I promise it will. Yeah, in all honesty, great to be back. I actually, dude, I missed you guys. Like I missed most of the anglers, and it's been great being back. It'll be here's the really cool thing. Obviously, a lot of the viewers for Bassmaster Live kind of know what they're going to be fed this week, but to have a fishery like St. Clair, the Angler of the Year race that's going on, and then the diversity of where you guys are going in 2 weeks, I made this comment on the podcast with Tommy, that's how you want to end the season, because whoever holds that Angler of the Year trophy will definitely have earned it.
Kyle Jesse, it's going to be a battle. Do not lock up beside a Hall of Famer, please.
Yeah, well, Mark Zona's here to save the halftime show. I mean, that's ultimately the most important thing.
I didn't know we had a halftime show.
It's like bringing Joe Montana in at the end of his career.
Not really. Not really.
But no. just to piggyback off everything Zona said, you know, the final 2 events of the season, everything tightens up. Progressive Bassmaster Angler, the Year race, the Dakota Lithium, Rookie of the Year race, qualifying for the Classic. There's so much on the line, and having 2 fisheries that are so diverse and so unique to one another is such a great way to finish up the season.
Oh, great.
Well, let's kick off our Yamaha midday report with somebody that the Z-Train has eaten a lot of protein with, really. A lot of steaks have been consumed, and a lot of smallmouth bass have been caught by Takumi Ito, and you have to think this is a body of water he is very dangerous.
Yeah, and actually, Dave, all honesty, I thought Taku would win this tournament. We did a little on the TNZ pod. I said,
love it.
You know, just because I felt like he was so close to winning in years past, and like if he names his home lake, he calls it St. Clair. After talking with him yesterday, and several of the other anglers that we have cameras with today, a lot of them just said it's a different St. Clair this time around. A lot of singles, not a lot of those marking 5 to 10 bass. And interestingly enough, looking at Taku right here, I was out there earlier this morning in the mix, you know, basically where Taku was. Jay Shakira, who you have right here, leading your Angler of the Year race. And they were not joking. I marked many fish, but they were singles. They were good transmissions. You could tell they were very solid smallmouth. But there was only one stretch in there where I marked like 2 or 3, for the most part, different from years past. A lot of singles, but here's the other side. The singles that I was marking, the singles that I was seeing getting caught, pretty good ones.
Why do you want them grouped up? Why does that help things?
Say it again.
Why do you need them grouped up? Why does that help things?
Oh, it's just you're around a lot more fish. Here's the great thing, though, about what's going on in Anchor Bay and predominantly throughout this system right now, dude. This is smallmouth weather. You know that. From there, we're going to go to Koyo Fujita, who was only about 300 yards from Jay Shakurit. Here's what will inevitably happen this afternoon, and it was starting to happen late morning. A lot of those fish that are hard to see on forward-facing sonar in the grass, they were starting to elevate out of that grass. And, dude, they stick out like a sore thumb when they get up out of that grass. The other side, Anchor Bay, look, Anchor Bay right now with all of the grass, the diversity in there, it's just food, man. You know this. There's a lot of forage, and I was looking at that this morning on Mega Live. You could just see a lot of food. Again, the fish are really scattered out, and I think, honestly, pressure probably has the most to do with that.
A lot of pressure on this body of water, but it continues to put out. But a guy that continues to put out, no matter what happens in his career. Last year he had some issues. This year, a horrible finish to start off the season. But guess what? Trey McKinney can play the boogeyman here this week. Came into this event 13 points behind the Angler of the Year lead. Can he sneak up and get it done?
Man. And Kyle, look, everybody came into this tournament looking at Jay Shakurit, looking at Chris Johnston because of the bodies of water that we're going to. You're right. Trey McKinney can play the boogeyman. Again, has nothing to lose these last two events. Mike McInnes, the producer of Bassmaster Live, adamant that is his Angler of the Year pick.
Kyle Jesse, where are you picking?
Oh, man, right now I'm still going to say Jay Shakurit's going to have a good push later in the day. It's going to be a lot closer than maybe it reflects on Bass Track right now would be my best guess. But, I mean, what a turnaround from Trey McKinney. We've talked about it all season long. Seems like we have him on camera for the past 2 years almost every single day. But having a tough event at the St. Johns River, very similar seemingly to the Brandon Polinick AOY season many years ago where he finished in the 90s at Lake Okeechobee and then the rest of the way just hammered down. That's what we're seeing Trey McKinney do so far here, obviously currently in the lead on Bass Track.
I mean, if you really look at it, in the past 16 months, this dude has come close to winning 2 Angler of the Year titles and a Bassmaster Classic title. Everything going well for Trey McKinney, hooked up live.
See that other one following him? Come here. There we go. I knew he wasn't coming off because I could feel his teeth. Oh, golly, son. Yeah, you were not coming off. I know that for a fact. It's a dang good one. I set the hook, I was like, 3-pounder. No. I don't even know. Oh yeah, all day. Let's see what it weighs. Pretty healthy one. Okay, blue. So that's a dang big one. We don't even need a cold dag on him. Okay. This is for small. Blue. I don't even know what we're gonna do. Like, I don't know where to catch any bigger ones. Well, we just let our first 4-1 go, so that's good. We're gonna put him nice and calmly back in the drink. Down he goes. Let's get it. There we go. Okay, now what? Oh, okay. I knew he wasn't coming off because I could feel his teeth.
Trey McKinney, what he has done coming into what he's done since the first time we've seen him is incredible, but he spent an incredible amount of time fishing neighboring Great Lakes.
Yes, I noticed that.
And you watch him, you do not see, ooh, don't get off, any of that. He has a healthy disrespect for these smallmouth bass. And that is working out wonderful for him. One of the big topics that we're going to get into this week is what baits we'll play, and we have our Bass Pro Shop's top baits. Kyle Jesse, done some research for us. Talk to me.
Absolutely. Looking back at the last 5 St. Clair tournaments, obviously 4 elites and the Open last year. Zona, you kind of queued it up earlier, but there are some predictabilities in this tournament. Smallmouth tournaments, the baits don't vary quite as much as some other places that we go. We left the percentages off this time because that gives everybody a headache. But believe it or not, far and away, the number 1 bait, obviously a drop shot, it's always going to play here at St. Clair.
Yeah, no doubt. If you really tie stuff into that list that you have right there, you know, predominantly this time of year, I made this comment actually in the hit that I did with Tommy and Davey. You have got to be around food, period. You have got to be around some sort of forage on this lake to catch those smallmouth. And really what's gone on in Anchor Bay the past couple of years, big crawdad population. The other thing is obviously perch in abundance right now in Anchor Bay. Also mixing in emerald shiner and alewife. So anytime that you've got a drop shot, whether it's basically, I believe that's
it's a flatworm, I believe.
Berkeley flatworm, a Hazadong shad, a baby Z2. But you have noticed that guys have been mixing in some of the newer stuff. You've seen dice playing earlier. What a dice mimics in Lake St. Clair, I have no idea, but I've definitely seen other anglers using that today. The other side of this on St. Clair, and I've started to hear this from some of the college anglers, a lot of the local tournaments have really been dominated with finesse-style jigs. Finesse-style jigs with no weed guard, kind of matching the crayfish. And the biggest population of crayfish, at least going off of the last few years, especially the last time we were here, was in this bay. And it's strange not seeing the old haunts, not seeing the area between Bell River Hump and the mouth of the Detroit River as big as a player as it used to be. And I've talked to a lot of local anglers, guys like Scott Dobson. They're like, man, you can go there, but it's just so hard to catch that 4-pound average.
But big in numbers, right?
The numbers in St. Clair right now, really for the last year, it's been cleaner this year. It was really dirty earlier in the year. I was talking to Kyle and Bowman about this, but really since they spawned, it's been as clean as it's been for the last 2 years. And the population in this lake right now of 3 to 3.5 pounders is possibly as good as it's been for the last 20 years.
Wow. Yeah. Well, let's get back out in the water right now with your pre-tournament pick, Takumi Ito.
Oh, got it. Not big.
Taku actually made the comment throughout practice, and very rare for Taku, he only saw 3 fish, all of practice, 3 fish in
it's small
5-pound range. Wow. Kind of lay of the land right there, looking off Taku's shoulder. Really throughout Anchor Bay, a lot of grass, which gives obviously a lot of that forage areas to hide, a little bit of protection. But you're looking at about where at least a lot of the leaders and a lot of those clusters of boats were today, about 9 to 11 feet of water. And every time you're in Anchor Bay, some of the stuff that you want to look for is where that grass stops and makes those crop circles of sand.
Number 5. Yeah.
Gotta get 5.
Yeah.
Well, you would have not
2-pounder.
Have predicted keeper number 5 just after 11 o'clock for Taku.
Does have some solid quality in his live well right now. Everything besides that one over 4 pounds, but obviously that one just went in fast track. It's a 2-pounder, so still a lot of room to upgrade.
Caught that one on a dice, which makes
seen a little bit of that today.
One of the 60 or 70 companies that release dices. Let's have a look at our leaderboard. Trey McKinney 13 points behind in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year at the start of this day. Unofficially right now in a two-way tie for Angler of the Year, and he is leading this event. Caleb Summerall needs a big event, and he's there right now. And Easton Fothergill, of course he's in the mix. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite. Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. 2 events left, and it's all about the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. Came into this event with 13 points separating your top 3 atop the leaderboard. Jay Shakurit would love to seal the deal and do it in front of his home state crowd in Wisconsin in just 2 weeks' time. But the defending champion would love to go back-to-back Chris Johnson, and keep your eye on the boogeyman. Trey McKinney, 13 points back, but unofficially, he's in a 2-way tie at this point. Is it a 3-horse race?
I said last week it was a 2-horse race, but yeah, I'm going to have to go with 3 now.
Well, let's see what Chris Johnson has to say about that. Out in the water with him live.
I know I can go in Anchor Bay and catch the fish, but there might be 3. Might get a couple 4s, so I don't feel confident in getting 22, 23 in Anchor Bay. That's why I'm spending a lot of time out here hoping to try and get a couple more of these big ones that are just roaming these big flats with sturgeon and drum, and there's just not many. Like I said, I've seen 2 or 3, missed 1, but that's in an hour and a half, so that's why there's no other boats out here. If you can get 5 of them out here, I think you'd be in good shape. Okay, we're gonna try one pass on another waypoint, and then we're gonna go back in Anchor Bay.
Chris Johnson, he is not going to. I mean, Jay Shakurit, if anything, is his nemesis these next 2 events. I feel like Jay's already starting to feel the pressure of the moment. Chris Johnson, I don't know that he knows moments.
Well, no, he's fairly numb, especially when it gets late in the season. The other side about Chris Johnson, talking to him yesterday, and I said this to Tommy and Davey, if you weren't talking, listen to Bassmaster Live earlier, Chris Johnston practiced yesterday in an area of the St. Clair River that is high quality, man, low quantity, and he said, man, I can catch one of those 24 to 28 pound stringers, but I don't know that I can catch 5, which happens in the St. Clair River. This is the time of year when you're fishing deeper, basically 20 to 30 feet of water, that bite can go. I'm curious to see if Chris Johnston slips a little bit today, if he plays it safe in the morning here in Anchor Bay and rolls and makes that run tomorrow.
Well, there are a lot of predictions going into this event, and Kyle Jesse, you've got a little segment called Buying and Selling.
Let's go.
We got some buying and selling. Mark Zona said he wanted to do it, so we're going to do it.
This is the halftime
Let's start it off. Obviously, some of these quotes came from Doc Talk yesterday, right after practice. Starting us off, Chris Zaldain said there will be a lot of luck involved in this tournament. That's a fragile word in fishing. Is there going to be luck involved in this tournament?
I'm going to buy that right now. Looking at the top 10. With that being said, by the time we get to Championship Sunday, I think you will see the usual suspects fishing on the final day of the tournament. St. Clair, look, man, especially this time of year, there is an amount of luck. It's not like the Johnstons when they're at the St. Lawrence River and they have 40 isolated boulders. That is not luck. That is pinpoint, deadly accurate. There is, here's what was interesting. This morning, you don't want to say luck with Trey McKinney. Trey McKinney was on the outside pack of about 30 boats, right? But he was on the outside of it. They all went in his live well, and I was watching the pack of boats, not catching them, while Trey McKinney, 100 yards away, was doing damage. Is that luck? I don't know. He gets lucky a lot. So, but yeah, I think on St. Clair, look, you're going to need some of those 5 to 6 pound bites. With a lot of anglers fishing around each other that are leading the tournament, I do think there is a little amount of luck in it.
Mercer?
Kind of in and out on it. Following kind of what you're saying, I believe St. Clair is the most luck lake there is. I mean, that's pre-technology. You had people who won tournaments literally doing the dead man's drift here that would drift for miles, and you would run into them. You can catch a smallmouth bass anywhere on Lake St. Clair. So there is going to be luck, but luck is not consistent. It will not last 4 days. We will see some big poppers where you say, oh, so-and-so made a big jump today. Will they back it up? I don't think so.
But by the end of this tournament, let me say it again. A lot of that, I think there's a little bit of luck throughout the event, yes. But by the end of the tournament, the way it is setting up right now, I think 9 out of our top 10 really are within sight of our takeoff here on the north side of Anchor. The leaders will end up having to outfish guys that are within a cast of them. So,
absolutely. I like it. Lee Livesey, number 2, said it's going to be 1 in Anchor Bay. Obviously, it's been a big topic of conversation before the event. Obviously, here on day 1, you buying or selling that it's going to be 1 in Anchor Bay?
I don't know. From what I saw this morning, I'm going to buy that all day long just because 80% of the field's in there, so I'm playing the odds on that. Let me say one more thing about Anchor that I got to see this morning. Number 1, a lot of people, if you've not been to Lake St. Clair, why is Anchor Bay good this time of year? A lot of vegetation, a lot of food. We talked about that. But the other side of why Anchor Bay possibly is good now, there's only like 3 or 4 boat ramps on this lake that have tournaments. Okay? They're right around Anchor Bay. Anchor Bay is being populated every Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Saturday, Sunday. There's always a population of fish that are the caliber size that people are weighing in that basically come out of Harley or they'll also come out of Metro. Those fish take a left. They're in Anchor. So there you go. It's populated.
Well, just for fun, I'm going to go the opposite. I mean, 80% of the boats are fishing Anchor, so percentage-wise, it should be 1 at Anchor. But I'm going to say that Anchor has been blistered. And Anchor Bay was the place where it never got touched for years
1 or
and
2,
years.
like you'd see 1 or 2.
Yeah. But it has been blistered for the last couple of years, and I'm going to say this is the year that we could see someone do something sneaky and kind of, they'll spend some time here, but I imagine a little outside.
Somebody else I give credit to in this tournament, just because he has to catch them to stay alive, is Chad Pipkins, who lives, his bread and butter is the north side of Lake Erie, Colchester to Kingsville. Dude, when I pulled into this boat ramp this morning and I saw the flag on full tilt out of the southeast, I made a comment to you, I made a comment to Bowman. When he comes out of the Detroit River to hook a left going east along the north side of Erie, that he would see the wrath of God. He has never made it. He has never made it past the bottom mouth of the Detroit River to go to the goods. And I guarantee you, if he would have been in the 5 to 7 foot waves all day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Certainly something to keep an eye on. Last but not least, Kenta Kimura said, I think half of the field will stay in Anchor Bay. You were on the water this morning. It sounds like more than half.
So I'm buying that just because I got to see it with my own eyes. It was funny. My camera boat driver, Vandy, who we grew up fishing this lake together, he's like, do you think we'll find him? I said, it's not going to be hard, brother. And all of a sudden, 40 boats popped up. So, yes, more than half the field was here this morning. They dispersed a little bit after about 9 or 10 o'clock. The other thing was, it was really neat. We were just getting ready, and at the top of the halftime show, I talked about it, that the sunlight makes those smallmouth in Anchor elevate out of that grass on your forward facing, and you were starting to see that. Like, I was staring at my graph, and I was like, dude, it's coming. And literally, we were leaving, and there was about a 20-boat pack. Every single boat was hooked up at one time. Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's a pretty easy one. Here's my only prediction that if it's anything like the last time we were here, there'll be more boats in Anchor Bay come tomorrow, because it grew on day 2 last time we were here. We're going to continue to follow the action from legendary Lake St. Clair, and it has shown out so far. Trey McKinney atop the leaderboard with 22 pounds, 11 ounces. Caleb Summerall in second, Easton Fothergill. Gerald Swindle in a 2-way tie with Easton Fothergill. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Kyle Jesse, Mark Zona, and myself. On location coverage on the shores of Lake St. Clair. Stop 8 of the 2025 Bassmaster Elite Series. Welcome into the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. And that a great aerial shot of the aquatic playground that is our playing field here this week, Lake St. Clair. Such a beautiful, beautiful body of water. But a little bit more beautiful for Trey McKinney right now with 22 pounds, 11 ounces. Caleb Summerall right in second place in a two-way. Oh, Gerald Swindle has broken the tie by 1 ounce. He's moved into third place. Him and Easton Fothergill at the break were tied. But Zona, one of the things we've talked a lot about, obviously, is Anchor Bay. But this is a big body of water. There's a lot more to it than Anchor Bay.
Well, there is, and it's weird. As many tournaments that we've covered here together for the past 20 years, you want to see the old haunts. You want to see the old haunts show up. And while there's no fish catches right now, like one of the areas that was always, Dave, you know this, you have taped Facts of Fishing there, is the Canadian side of Lake St. Clair. And that has absolutely not been a player this time around. If you look at some of the, and here's the beauty that really went on, 6 or 7 years ago, there were 1 to 3 mile long stretches of exactly that. And this is kind of pre-forward facing sonar where there were so many 4 to 5 pound bass. And I remember telling you, you said, how big is the area over there? I'm like, dude, it's not an area. It's a 3 mile long stretch. And that went for about 2 or 3 years to where Metro on the U.S. side or Anchor Bay was totally ignored. What I don't understand to this day, yeah, you saw Joey Cifuentes get over there, had it to himself, and won. But even the local tournaments, Dave, are not happening on that side of Lake St. Clair. A little bit out near the shipping channel, but catching 5 fish has been so hard. The other side, man, there were some cranking tournaments here.
Yeah.
There were some cranking tournaments here. And I took Ayler out here one day, and we sucked over on the Canadian side. Both picked up a crankbait and knocked their lights out. Always predominantly the problem with cranking on St. Clair, actually getting them into the boat. And to me right now, it really is an anomaly of why this is so dominant and the old stomping grounds not as well. Look, on the north side of Erie, what Pipkins is trying to do right now, it's just so hard to leave on the north side of Anchor Bay, make that run, have maybe 2 to 3 hours, and beat these guys that are basically beating your brains in while you're running there and back. It's just, and not only that, there's also a lot of variables, obviously, with wind, that being Pipkin's problem today. The other variable, dude, you have got to get through that river 4 days in a row, and that will beat your stuff up.
And today's the easiest day to do it.
Today's the easiest day to do it.
And worse.
100%.
Were those aviators you were wearing in that clip? I mean, you look like
a long time ago.
Tom Cruise.
Time ago.
I mean, very, very good looking gentlemen. Speaking of which, let's get out
back
to a
before
guy
my children were married, Dave.
A guy whose bank account looks pretty good after the last couple weeks. Chris Johnson hooked up live.
Oh, it's a good one. Ran him over on the trolling motor. He was sitting under a sturgeon. Definitely need this one. It's a 4-pounder.
You don't see that much with Chris Johnston.
No, but if they have a nemesis with the smallmouth bodies of water,
it's here.
This is it.
Yes.
But I'm still shocked that, are we actually watching anglers catch fish under sturgeon? Is that what he said?
Might have got his gill plate, something like that. And hey, man, Chris, you could tell he had a tone about him. even though he's cool and his brother's calm, there was a tone yesterday where you could tell he was like, I don't know, man. Yeah, and he was one of the anglers that left anchor fairly early, got out to the Metro Flats. He said there's not a lot out there, but there are 4-pounders to be had. Look, here's what the Johnstons don't have in their back pocket this season. They don't have the St. Lawrence River. Because if you really watch what he's done this year for the past 10 years, somewhere through the day, something's going to explode. Yeah. Watching him out here for the past 5 years, covering him, you don't quite have that feeling.
And you feel like he's not in control of the explosion. If the explosion happens, it just happens. Where when you watch Corey and Chris compete in the St. Lawrence, they're going to hit enough numbers that it's going to happen.
You will see him tomorrow. If the ship is not righted in the next couple hours, you will see him make that major gamble, and he will be around the right quality. But again, you got to catch 5 up that river. Not easy to do when you're fishing deep. Here's what's weird doing the Bassmaster Live show with you guys. Like, I had confidence, in studio. Like, I wasn't scared to tune Ronnie up, like, during commercial breaks. I don't want to misbehave here.
No.
I don't want to tune
Feel
Kyle
free to
up
tune Ronnie up right now. I'm sure he's watching.
No, seriously. Like, I'm trying to change my ways, be a little more chill.
Give it time.
Oh, by Friday, I'll be lighting somebody up like a Christmas tree behind the stage.
I can't wait. What Chris Johnson's done this year, I mean, this is day one. We got a lot of fishing still ahead of us, but it's amazing to have put himself in contention to defend that title.
100%.
And as you say, without the St. Lawrence River, without that quiver, without that arrow in his quiver.
Totally agree with that. I mean, here's what Chris and Corey have proven. There is deadly on really grass fisheries, largemouth grass fisheries. Like, you get them in the state of Florida, they're solid. To not have that arrow, to not have the St. Lawrence River, and obviously still be in contention, he's just been quietly put himself in a great position. But today and tomorrow are going to be pretty critical for that dude right there.
Kyle, Jesse, one of the things that we learn over and over coming here, this is a fishery where it can go right and still go wrong. I mean, so many anglers are going to catch them here today. Have a great day on the water, but you're just ounces in the wrong direction.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you look at Bass Track right now, how many anglers have, in that 14 to 17 pound range. And, Zona, you can speak to this better than I can. But the difference in those two is literally a quarter pound, a half pound a piece per fish, which you might catch 100, but if you're not on that better than average size quality, I mean, you can be well behind the 8 ball and still have a great day of fun fishing.
You catch 17 to 18 pounds today, you're going to have a lot of especially without the crazy numbers that we have seen in years past of heavy 4s, light 5s. It just seems like if you come in today with 17 and a half pounds, boy, playing catch-up ball is going to be real hard to do.
Very tough. This tournament probably going to be decided with what the fish are eating. Literally. I mean, and that's kind of old school St. Clair. You can blast them, but if your fish are eating mayflies and you're competing against somebody who's eating perch, you are going to lose.
Law of average.
Yeah. We'll be right back from the shores of Lake St. Clair. A beautiful, beautiful day here for day number 1, stop number 8 of 2025. The Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. Trey McKinney, your tournament leader. Leaderboard kind of staying. Oh, John Cruz is kind of sneaked up there a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back into the shores of Lake St. Clair in beautiful Macomb County. What a great facility and a great community, and just a summer feel when you come. We drive down the road, you see a lot of people in golf carts. Zona, it's the kind of community me and you could get lost in for a few days.
No, I have here before. I have gotten lost here. Hey, the nice thing is the wind today, it knocked the flies down, knocked all the bugs down. It was not good here the last few days.
We're promoting Macomb County, and you bringing up the flies.
I'm bringing up the flag, man, the American flag. Welcome to our house, friend.
It's good to be here. Very good to be here. And we are happy to be in Macomb County. Thank them for hosting us here this week. Detroit Sports Commission. And speaking of sports, a lot of betting in sports. And Cal Jesse, we're going to do a little betting in this sport.
We've been doing a little bit of talking about fantasy football. How about fantasy fishing right now? TH Marine Fantasy Pick'em Challenge. All eyes have been on the top 2 anglers and Angler of the Year. Top 2 in AOI is going to be the first matchup, Jay Shakurit versus Chris Johnston. Who's going to finish higher, Z?
I'm going to go with Jay Shakurit just after watching Chris lose that 4-pounder. I'm going to go with Jay Shakurit. It's very, very... Wait, hold on. I needed to know the rules. Is this for the season or is this for the tournament?
This tournament.
Give me Jay Shakurit.
Mercer?
Oh, I'm picking. I thought I was eliminated from this, but I'll throw... I don't want to pick Chris Johnston because I'm going to get railed for picking Chris Johnston. So, screw it. I'm calling Chris Johnston. I'm picking Chris Johnston just for fun.
All right, matchup number 2. Couple of previous champions, Jason Christie and Joey Cifuentes.
Okay, all right, guys. Now, listen, this is near and dear to my heart. I'm going, even though Cifuentes won here a couple years ago, Jason Christie won a decade ago. Actually, the angler that brought forward-facing sonar to light.
Yes.
Jason Christie and Shanna Christie are coming to my house Sunday, and I want Jason Christie on top of Joey Cifuentes in this event. Give me Jason Christie, okay?
All right. Well, sounds like a good Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm following you on that just simply because Christie does not have 2 bad events back to back.
Agreed.
He is one of the greatest rebounders in this sport. We've seen him do it multiple times. This is a fishery, like you said. He brought forward-facing sonar to light here. Didn't really do a good job of bringing it to light. Was very secretive about it at the time.
Yeah, exactly. He said, "Hey, I would not have won without my and what was funny was he didn't even have like words to describe what he was looking at with forward-facing sonar back then. And he's like, hey, I wouldn't have won that tournament. He's like, and don't tell anybody that, but I'll show it to you. And he did. I was like, wow, that might go somewhere someday. So there you go. Jason Christie.
I like it. Like you said, 2 bad ones back-to-back, hard to imagine. But matchup number 3, Tucker Smith versus Paul Marks, going to be the rookie wrangle. We got 2 guys battling it out for the Rookie of the Year. Who are we going with?
Give me a 5-gallon bucket of Tucker Smith. I think Tucker Smith has the potential. I thought this throughout watching him in college. I think he's going to be obvious. Look, they're both already superstars in the Bassmaster Elite Series. This week, give me Tucker Smith.
I like it.
I'm going Paul Marks. I mean, he's one of the best. They're both one of the best at forward-facing sonar, let's be honest. And there's probably not a better body of water in the United States of America. Like, if there is, it's in battle with the Lake St. Clair. So I'm going Paul Marks.
I like it. 2 guys also that had some success here in the Open last year.
Yes.
So definitely keep our eyes out there. The last matchup, we got Ohio versus Michigan. Chad Pipkins versus Alex Redwine.
I want to pick my Michigan guy, but I think he got himself in a big pile of trouble this morning with wind smashing the north face of Lake Erie. I think he's in jeopardy of not catching a limit today, possibly. Give me Alex Redwine just because of what we've already seen unofficially on Bass Track.
I'm going to go with Pipkins on this, although everything we've seen says no Pipkins. I saw his mother this morning, and I can't bet against her. And Alex Redwine has spent his entire off time playing, what is that, pickleboard or what? No, what is it? The
pickleball?
Pickleball, yeah, not focused. He's very focused on pickleball. So just for fun, I'll go check.
That's a poor man's wiffle ball is what that game is. It really is. It really is.
Great courts here, actually, by the way. Let's get out in the water live with our Angler of the Year leader, Jay Shakurit. What he's done in the short time he has been in this sport is incredible, but obviously took an open win here.
Yeah, we got our limit. To be honest, I'm, I guess, struggling a little bit to find some decent size right now, and I'm also having a hard time getting these fish to commit. There's kind of a time window where they will commit, and currently we are not on that time window, so But yeah, we have a decent limit. Nothing to write home about, maybe like 18 pounds or so. But yeah, we're just looking for really 3 bites. I got 2 right at 4 pounds or just under it, and then we need 3 more fish over 4 pounds today to at least call it a decent day anyways, because it has not been easy at all. It seems like compared to practice, these fish are really starting to feel the pressure now. And yeah, even with the little bit of wind we have today, I'm surprised that they're not biting a little bit better. They're really hardly biting at all, to be honest with you. They bit a little bit this morning right away, and then it just completely died off. So we need 3 good bites to end the day here in the last 3 hours. I think we can do it. I mean, it's plenty of time. Just get 1 bite an hour. But the hard part is just getting them to bite right now. I'm not sure why they're so tricky right now. Like I said, there's little windows, and hopefully we hit that little window and get up over 20 pounds or into that low 20s range today, and at least salvage our day anyways.
Let me kind of hit on something that he was just talking about that we're starting to see, and we've talked about this, obviously, with forward-facing sonar, is conditioning, okay? If you look at some of the lakes, and I'm just going to go with some of the home cooking, and I know we've got some viewers that fish in Michigan. There was a lake that's right down the road from here a couple hours called Gull Lake. I've taped a lot of shows with forward-facing sonar. 3 years ago, Dave, if you marked 10 bass that were suspended, you caught 9 good ones, okay? If you mark 20 bass now, you might catch 1. And I asked Jay yesterday, I said, kind of walk me through what you're seeing on St. Clair. He's like, dude, they're starting to get conditioned. And we talked about this. What would forward-facing sonar do year after year after year after year after year? And here's what we're in this tournament in particular, talking to him, talking to Johnston, talking to Taku. Those are some of the best on earth at when they see them on their sonar, getting them to bite. Jay made a comment yesterday, I'm getting 5% of what I'm seeing to actually commit to a bait, to where he said, just a year ago, man, I would catch 80%. That pressure that is being put on these fish is teaching these fish a lot more, and it's doing it, here's what's interesting, it's doing it at a very accelerated rate.
And on this body of water specifically, this is a training ground for
Yes.
I know people who are brand new to forward-facing sonar, and they're like, I'm going to go to St. Clair to figure it out just because it works so well here. These fish have been blistered with it.
Yeah, absolutely, but let's even go. Look, I watched last week's tournament with Johnston and the weekend before with Johnston on the St. Lawrence River. If you really go back to, just 3 years ago, 4 years ago, those guys were catching 20 to 30 to 40 bass a day. You look at it, looks phenomenal on paper on the St. Lawrence River right now that every single day it's averaging 25 pounds. We're talking about guys that are catching 7 to maybe 9 or 10 bass a day. So you are starting to see the conditioning. And I'm telling you, outside of this lake in the state of Michigan, you are starting to see those fish. I made the comment about this years ago with you. Mother Nature, she did it with an umbrella rig. They were so dumb to it for 24 months. And that catches back up, man. And I truly believe you are now starting to see the effects of the fish are not gone. This lake does go in cycles with 4-pound quality fish, and I think we're in one of those cycles. But for the most part, these fish will learn very, very quickly what a mousetrap is.
And we're talking about a body of water that gets protected a good percentage of the year.
Yeah, but boy, it gets throttled the rest of the year, dude.
It sure does. It sure does. It's amazing to see how quick things are evolving. But like you said, they've done that too with other things. Zebra mussels were supposed to end smallmouth bass. Gobies were supposed to. Fish adapt,
yes,
and I think we're seeing that. Maybe not as rapidly as the internet would like us to see it, but it is happening, isn't it?
Rough day so far for Chris Johnston.
Not for Trey McKinney, though. Hooked up live.
Couple more minutes, you said?
Hey, Z,
Not
here's an
very big.
amazing thing about forward-facing sonar that I've been realizing this last little while, because, I mean, during this break, I've literally been fishing or swimming with fish, and more swimming with them than actually fishing for them.
She's waving.
It amazes me, because we get... Let's let him get this fish in the boat.
Buddy. Gosh, every time they just shake their head.
And I've done this with several anglers now, where we've graphed, and you're like, there's 3 here. There's 4 here. We get so accustomed to thinking we see everything with those eyes. The beam is so narrow. I mean, I've done it where you think there's 3 fish in that area, and you go down there and swim, and there's 15.
Wow.
You're not. It's similar to bed fishing, where
it's not showing you everything that's there.
The percentage you're getting is so small.
And I'll tell you the other thing, and this is gonna go into this weekend. Those fish live in that grass in Anchor Bay. And if they don't give you good separation, now they were separating, I told you that when I came in, they were separating from that grass really good this morning. The more pressure that is laid on them in Anchor Bay as we go into the weekend, the best of the best of the best will end up winning this tournament.
Well, the best is here. The best is here. Yes.
I feel like I failed, but listen, I'm going to bring my B game tomorrow. I am.
Good.
I am. Bassmaster
live.
I miss Tommy.
Yeah,
I love you guys. I miss Tommy.
We all miss Tommy. I mean, Tommy's easy to miss.
It's good to be back.
Gonna be.
I'll do another retirement thing on Sunday with you.
I can't wait. I look forward to it. It'll be wonderful. Well, Jesse, that leaderboard continues to tighten up. It's going to be a lot of fun to see this all finish. And Zona, you're going to be with us for the next few days, allegedly. We'll see how long it lasts. Z United, and it feels so good.
Our glass is running out, bud.
Bigger than 3, though.
Yokohama Tire, Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. We are into our second half of the day, an hour into our second half of the day right here. Beautiful shot right there, that super clear water, clearer than ever. Rumor has it, we talked about that already today, that affects the fishing. But man, if you can't affect the great weather like that, that is just absolutely perfect. Trey McKinney, the man on top, 22 pounds and 11 ounces. Caleb Sumrall occupied that spot for a long time this morning. He sits at second place. John Cruz, one of the original Bassmaster Elite Series vets, has moved up steadily throughout this day. Through the morning and into the afternoon, he's now third. Easton Fothergill, our classic champ. Gerald Swindle, Pat Schlopper right there. Cole Sands, Brad Watley, Kyoya Fujita, and JT Tompkins is now ascended into the top 10 with a 19.7. So we got, what do we got, 3 more hours of fishing left to go. We'll stay with our, at least until our first flight is about done here. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders. We got Ronnie Moore, the legend Davey Hyde here. Such is in here. And guys, it was fun here in Zona here at the halftime. A little bit different sort of a halftime today. They did a lot more analysis, I think, than other sort of features, you might say. And it was interesting. There's a lot of points that they brought up, including the fact that these fish are getting used to certain elements that have only been around for a short time. That's an interesting discussion to have moving forward.
It definitely is, and fish, especially bass, largemouth, smallmouth bass, spotted bass, they do adapt. We've seen different baits evolve over the years. We've seen techniques evolved, and then they seem to be the greatest thing going, and then after a couple of years, not so much. And it was interesting to hear Zona and Mercer and Kyle talk about how these fish seem to be adapting to the pressure of the forward-facing sonar.
Trey McKinney on top, Ronnie. But the other side of that is, I think Corey Johnston does not have a marshal with him.
Yes,
what do you think the odds are that he's the one who's leading this tournament?
No, I think that Corey's definitely going to be in a good spot after, coming off of St. Lawrence, 2 different fisheries. But just knowing his track record here, I believe he's got a top 3 finish here in the past. You'd expect him to be a part of it. But I will say, pressure from forward-facing sonar, but specifically for Trey McKinney, pressure from sharing spots with your roommate on day one,
That's self-inflicted.
Could affect him, and it could loom large. 100%.
Sure, yeah, we see.
When it's not as easy, and you have found it easy today, it could all of a sudden not get easy for you and your buddy, level out with you. So we'll see. We'll see.
The thing is, though, whose spot is it, or was it?
That's a good question.
I don't know who's on first and third at all. So, yeah. You guys got that reference. We're good. We're good there.
All right, Such, we'll start the bidding early. How many 20-pound bags are we going to have today?
Well, last year we had 33 on day one and I think 48 on day two. Today, boy, it seems a little bit slower in the 20s.
All right.
25, 28.
Good.
In there.
All right,
That's
Such.
my over and under.
We'll get everyone else's picks as we move forward here. But right now, speaking of what we were just talking about, fish adapting to newer techniques, new baits, and so forth. Chris Johnston, in fact, rang in on that one.
Since I've started this live scoping game for smallmouth, I feel like I was one of the originals to do it back, it's probably 8 years ago now. Well, now these fish are actually learning and they're getting smarter, they're adapting. Now if a fish on live scope gets within 40 feet of my boat, it's basically done. The fish knows the gig's up, they can feel that ping, and you'll see them swim away. But if you can get on that fish out at 80 feet, your odds of catching that fish almost double. So, and then having the right bait, and it changes on every lake. Like I've got probably 15 different rods in my boat with different lures, and that's kind of half the battle out here is figuring out what these St. Clair smallmouth really want. So when I throw it at 4 or 5 fish, every 1 or 2 of those bite.
Very interesting. I can't remember what tournament it was at, but I remember Chris talking about, I got to get way back farther off these fish than these other anglers are, the ones who are using the forward facing.
Smith Lake was one of
Smith Lake, yeah, Smith Lake, and I think maybe also a 10 killer.
Yeah, it's great conversation, and a lot of this we don't know. We're just you're putting pieces of the puzzle together. But my big question is, are they feeling the pinging and they're shying away from the boat because that sonar's on them? Or do they just realize what the boats are and the pressure? Or, if you turn it off, are those fish going to be easier to catch on the same baits? I don't know if that's the case or not.
Because we are exploring fish that we've not gotten to explore before. Right. These may be more attuned, naturally.
Well, it's St. Clair with Anchor Bay specifically, how shallow it is. These fish see baits all the time, whether the angler who's fishing for them without technology knows
that's
it or
what I'm
not.
saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
does that guy, do they bite that guy's bait?
I'm agreeing with you, Davey. I think it's just pressure in that area. Multiple years of this being the place for every big tournament.
He's not that big.
Because like the Alabama rig, that's a bait, and you understand they used to bite it and now they don't. But with these fish, do they bite when they don't feel the ping now? I don't think that's the case. I think they've gotten a lot wise. They're wise to the pressure.
You see the Lake Fork where maybe the minnow wasn't working for people, but a big crankbait was. Now they haven't seen that in a while.
Should be a 3-pounder, but it's not.
Well, that was just kind of right on the line for Chris Johnson, if he is able to upgrade with that one right now. Getting over to Taku Ito.
Oh, got it. Yes. Yes. Drum? Smallmouth. Yes, smallmouth. Not so giant, but that's, yeah. It's gonna be a little bit cold, but maybe this one is the smallest. It's good cold, but 3, 4. Okay, 3, 4, and this one. Yeah. Two, 7. Bye bye.
Sayonara.
Sayonara.
Domo arigato.
Yes.
Good upgrade there, Taku. Better watch your ounces this week.
Yes. That's this week and in our final
next,
event.
yes.
Yep.
Bonito in 10th
Doesn't
place.
feel big.
1911.
Wow.
Bass trip.
He'll help though. Smallest one's at 3.2. These fish are so tight to bottom right now. It's making it even harder to pick them off. And the waves, the wind, and then you got drums shooting across the bottom. It's very hard to pick them out. I weighed that big one on the Bubba, and it's about 5 pounds, give or take. So we did get one good one out here. I lost a 4+, but they are few and far in between. This one will definitely help. Come on, buddy. I think he'll help. He's shrinking. He might not help. He shrunk. He also choked it. He was not getting off. Might be close. Might help by a couple ounces.
Couple ounces, like you mentioned, Tommy.
Yeah.
Close.
Yeah.
Winning angler of the year or not. When these
Now, what did he say about the one he reweighed, David?
I think he said he was going to reweigh. The smallest one was a 3.2.
Oh, okay.
Looks like he might be going to work out the balance there. Especially with these waves.
I did catch
the old balance beam is
anchor.
Tried
It's
and
not
true.
like you can't catch big ones out there.
Chris certainly knows he's got to get rid of a 3-pound 2-ouncer here in this thing.
Oh, yeah. That's for sure.
I want to talk more about the pressure and the different sonar and different ways. Zona texts me, and he's right. For 10 years, we cracked them right under the boat using 2D.
Yeah.
Those days are long gone.
Yeah. We will talk about that. Trey McKinney still on top. Caleb Sumrall, Cruz, Fothergill, Fujita making a little bit of a move. We might get to see some of that when we come back. He's in 5th place right now. Swindle, Schlapper, Sands, Watley, and Ito round out our top 10. The 2025 Yokohama Tires Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Great to have you with us, and then well into the last half of our fishing day here, 8 hours a day, 101 anglers. Job one, we're talking a lot about all the races, but job one is just, gosh, make it past tomorrow. Make the cut. Get yourself some money, for one, and get yourself a chance to grab some more points. So critical this time of year. That's a look from above at Trey McKinney. From the looks of things, he appears to be all alone, but you never know.
Well, did you see how smooth the ride that drone had going across Lake St. Clair?
Yeah.
Going across those 2 and 3 footers like it was nothing.
Drone fishing is the next big thing, I promise you. Chris Johnston started the day 3 points behind Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. If you're just joining us, he's fallen off pace a little bit today. He has got time to make a big correction.
That don't look like a bass. Pike. Or a muskie.
Oh boy. There's some big muskie here. Last Bassmaster event I fished on Lake St. Clair, I had a muskie bite off a smallmouth when I was reeling it in. Wow. It wasn't a big one. I wasn't going to keep it in the live well. It was a 12, 13 incher muskie. Ate it like a shark, eating a red snapper.
That would be, I believe, the last elite we had there for you was 2015. And that one I had Brett Hite caught 80 bass in a row on consecutive casts, and one of them got 8.5 in front of me on camera by muskie.
Wow.
So I guess he caught 79.5 bass in a row.
Yeah.
Now don't move. We're gonna make this short. Meat.
There you go. That's about as painless as you
no
can
kidding.
get.
That was pretty slick. He's done it before, I'm betting.
Yeah, once or twice, probably. At least saw his brother do it. I don't know.
Chris Johnston is he's the king of the northern swing over the last 3 years. Last year, second Champlain, fourth at the St. Lawrence. Take you back to 2023.
I got one big one, lost a big one out here.
He was.
I'm just trying to decide.
Yeah, this is the one
go back in
aberration. He was
Anchor Bay
23rd
or
at Plattsburgh,
grind it
but
out
second
here?
at the St. Lawrence. Back to
I caught some
2022.
4.5s and anchor, so I'm leaning towards that.
2022 second at Hawaii, second at La Crosse.
Wow.
That's his last 3 years. One out of the top 6. Just one.
That's really amazing against the level of competition he's fishing against.
And I think he had a streak of 20 consecutive tournament days in the top 10 at the St. Lawrence that was broken last year's event. Remember, he was down like 31st, had the massive day beside Rob G, and moved all the way into the top 10, made the final day. So he had broken the streak just, I think it was 24 days now, and he's done it 23 days, or he's been in the top 10 or 22. Wow. Just on that fishery. Which that's why I said earlier to start the show, Corey flexing his 3rd B.A.S.S win at the St. Lawrence's. 2 opens and an elite.
Come to me, please.
Let's get back over to Taku Ito, who
got it.
You must have been right under the boat.
Yeah. No giant. It's skinny one. Okay, yes. Good fish, but skinny.
Maybe not help, huh?
I think so. I think, no. I will check. Wait.
We don't go many places you see as many anglers as we've seen today putting those fish on balance beams. They understand how important a single ounce is.
Boy, no kidding.
Ito was 10th. Logan Latuso, our 9th bag over 20 pounds, just landed a 5-pounder to get into 7th place.
Good job.
We started with 3 4-pounders in a row.
I'm thinking that.
Oh, gosh. Holy cow. Dude, that is a giant. Oh, gosh, no. If that wave wouldn't have hit my rod, I bet I might have caught it. Unbelievable, dude.
And a 4-pounder makes Jonathan Kelly our 10th angler over 20 pounds on Bass Track.
So your prediction was about 20?
5 to
20 plus?
28. In that
25 to
neck of the woods.
28?
I'll go high now. It seems like more guys are filling their limit and topping 20.
It starts later this afternoon right here on Bassmaster.com. You catch that, definitely don't want to miss it. Also, you want to check out Moultrie Behind the Tanks. Pat Renwick and the crew back there getting the real stories, the stories behind the stories, behind the weigh-in stand. Pat in his own inimitable way, getting down to the real nitty-gritty for everyone on Moultrie Behind the Tanks. Starts at 3:10 p.m. Eastern Time on the YouTube Bassmaster channel. '25 Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. Northern Swing is well underway. We are more than halfway through our first day. Live coverage sponsored by Skeeter Boats. A lot to cover here, 430 square miles of fishing here on this comparatively tiny waterway in between massive Lake Huron and Lake Erie, but it's not tiny at all. May fish tiny at sometimes during the course of this tournament in certain places. But
I was just thinking, before Lake Master and before drone coverage, it took me years to learn where that sandbar kicked out right there off the mile roads right there, and it's just plain as day from the air.
Let's get out to Trey McKinney, our leader.
Biggin.
Shy of 23 pounds.
Real biggin. Gosh. I think it's big. I don't know. It looked big. Finally got one of them to bite. The other one's way bigger. He's strong. Hopefully he holds up to his fight. I think he's going to. No, he's not. Maybe. Buddy. He is so strong. I mean, now we're all the way back out to the break. Oh my gosh. Come on. Come on, baby. There we go. All right. Can't tell how big he is yet. Dang good one. That is a big one. All right. Let's check his weight. I don't know how big that is. Hopefully 5, but I don't think so.
Definitely bigger than 4, too.
Yeah, he looked like he weighs a lot.
Okay, we'll take it. Okay, it was caught 4.5. Yellow. yellow. Yes, sir. Whoop, whoop. That's the right kind. You right, you right. We're just gonna stick him in there. Where's the yellow? Here's the yellow. Oh, the water, they love. It's almost 4.5 pounder.
That's a pretty good one he's letting go there. I'm saying that fish is 4.5 pounds.
Oh.
The one he's about to release.
Yeah, I'm saying he's a lot closer to 25 pounds than what the Bass Track says, which is not going to surprise anybody.
Gosh.
So, what does that mean, I wonder, in terms of music? Yeah.
First time I've heard that music in months.
That's right.
But
Glad
it's
you
the same
remember.
old tune. Power Pole replay of the day. We got to recognize that tune. And we got to recognize Trey McKinney. Power Pole replay of the day. He has been getting it done. He started out, Suits called it this morning when he had a 5 and a 4 in the live well. That's the right kind to start with, and he has backed it up with 3 more that size and bigger. Power Pole replay of the day, Trey McKinney. I'm saying he's got 2 5-pounders and 3 4.5 plus. Power Pole replay of the day, once again, young Trey McKinney.
Oh no, we got another thing. He's already had a Mercury move of the day, the Power Pole. Power Pole honors, and now what?
Marathon Peak Performance. There we go. That's how you get it started on Lake St. Clair. First fish of the morning at 7:41 a.m. A 5-pounder, followed up with a 4.3, 4.12, 4.10, 4.9. And if that's a 4.9 that he just put in there, he has got a heavy weight, because I think that last one was more than 4.9. Anyway, Marathon Peak Performance, day 1, St. Clair. Trey McKinney, 23.2. I'm saying it's at least 24.2.
Well, 24.3 would match what the day 1 leader was last time we were here for an Elite in 2023. Shane LeHue had 24.3, and I'm with you. I think we break that for the highest mark.
Ito had a 25.8 on day 2 of the 6.2 big fish, too.
Joy said, not so fast, don't give Trey all those awards. That's a big one. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a real good.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good.
That's a good one right there.
Yeah, good bus. Four. No, one more.
Just anything over 4.
These new set of scales he doesn't trust quite as much as his old spring.
Oh, the old
scale.
spring, yeah, that's right. The spring is not here.
The spring
is sprung, yeah, that's right.
Four.
4 1/4.
I don't blame you, Joey. I would question that a little bit. It looks bigger than 4.4 to me.
Well, it depends. I'm wondering if it's 4.4 or if it's 4 pounds, 4 ounces.
Yeah.
It comes. You can change it to be pounds and ounces.
You could go
or
both ways
decimal.
on the Bubba. Okay.
And so, if it's 4.4, it's almost 4.8.
Guido.
Oh, I jerked the rod out of his hand. Taku said the afternoon bite was better for him.
Yeah. He said they were starting to school up.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. You think? I don't know.
That's what he said.
Haven't seen so much of that yet, but we can't see everything.
Oh. Not big.
Tucker seems to think that one is not going to be any help for him. Hanging in there, trying to bust up into the top 10. He is just outside of it in 13th place as it stands right now. We're going to step away and be right back. Pushing on into the afternoon, time flies. The season is winding down near its conclusion. In a couple of weeks, it will all be said and done, but we have so much action between then and now. Take a look at our unofficial leaderboard, and there's McKinney. Caleb Sumrall took the lead early. McKinney rested it away from him, as they say. Yoya Fujita now up into third place. John Cruz just below him. Easton Fothergill, Sand Swindle, Eber. Dakota Eber makes his appearance in the top 10. Logan Latuso as well, just jumped in over the last 30 minutes. And Pat Schlopper, those two tied for 9th place.
I had Dakota Eber as a one to watch here, not because of local flavor or past history here, but because he was 50th in points. And I looked at 3 anglers to watch for that were 50th to 60th that have to catch him here to hopefully make the classic next week. Yeah.
He just got a 5-2 is why he jumped up. Dakota Eber did.
Well, another tournament and another instance where Trey McKinney finds himself around the biggest of the fish. He must be the luckiest guy on earth, huh? It's gotta be.
Dude, these fish are like...
Well, he might be pretty good.
Already
Wizards.
made 4 top 10s out of 7 events.
Yeah, 4 top 10s over.
That might be a big one. Yeah, that's a big one.
Funny how you don't see him catching any small ones at this point. He's not casting to ones that aren't.
Yeah, yeah.
He's only casting to the big ones.
Ooh, that's a big one. Come on. Come on. Come on, buddy. There we go. There we go. Gosh, he's skinny, or he'd be giant. He wasn't coming off anyway. That would be a giant, but it's skinny. so skinny. I mean, look at that. Like, all the way above my knee. Like, that would be huge. Like, massive. 5.5, 6. If he was just fat. Golly, dude. I need to leave this area. Shocker. Now I gotta weigh all of them. Okay, so green.
So a couple things he said there. I need to leave this area. It doesn't mean that fish was smaller than he anticipated. And I got to weigh all of them.
Green.
Tells me they're all around that 5-pound mark.
Don't you feel like you've seen 25 pounds go in the line?
I do.
Well today? I do too.
I think he's real close to 25, a little above or a little below.
He's bigger.
If I had to bet, I'd say a little above.
Put green back on him.
And at this point in the tournament, still just over halfway through day one.
Just for now, anyway.
Like you said, not catching a lot of little ones. He could either fish this place out, or he could consistently maybe do this for multiple days, and maybe have one tougher day. But he, you know, just based on that.
Which one's a real long one?
If you look at his career, day 2 has always been his limit.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Day 2 at the Classic, day 2. I mean, if you think day 2 has haunted him.
Yeah.
It's,
That's
you
the
know,
one I just caught.
great expectations because he's done
This
so many
guy
good things.
seems-
But if you pick a day that's been his weak link in a 4-day event, it's always been day 2.
Yeah. I think he had a tough day 2 at Heartwood.
Yep.
Very more fishing pressure, very tough today.
That was a mechanical. And that was a mechanical thing.
I need 5 pounder, but very, very tough.
And that was just a non-30 pound day. That was a 20-something pound day.
Yeah.
In practice, more fish, and over 5 pounder. But today is no 5 pounder. I can't see.
Davey McKinney's day 1 at St. John's was pretty bad.
Well, yeah.
He's talking about of the tournaments he's
3
done
fish
good.
for 213. He was 101st.
Well,
And
that
he climbed
was,
up to 89th.
Yeah.
This is his bomb of the year.
That's the only event I can remember. His first and second
Yeah.
day were bad. In the big picture of things. Second day in that event was a little better than first, but for him, that was.
He gets a cut, and this year would have a pretty good sized lead in AOI. Last year, we know Smith Lake was his nemesis.
You get the sense that Kyoya doesn't know he's in 3rd place.
Yeah, exactly.
Talking about his sort of defeatist attitude toward the day being tough, but he's actually done pretty well.
You do start to worry sometimes when you catch numbers and numbers and numbers in practice.
Oh yeah.
Assuming you're just getting active bites, that you're gonna get a bigger one, and when you're only getting like 8 to 9 fish in the tournament day, you're like, I'm not catching anything today, numbers wise, but your weight's there, you know.
So looking at this 4-box is very telling to me. I fished my first year full-time as a professional was 1994. I fished Lake St. Clair. Obviously the technology was very different. It was an 18-foot boat with 2 flashers. But the key back then, and even before I started fishing professionally, reading Bassmaster magazine, is covering water, covering more water efficiently.
Yeah.
And all four of these guys have got their foot on the pedal. They are, I mean, I've been on the water with Kyoya. He's snaking back and forth at 2.5 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So it's a very different look, it's very different technology, but these guys are among the best in the business covering water efficiently. A lot faster pace than it was 30 years ago, but.
Well, I think, was it you that was telling me that Kyoya, even compared to the other guys, in that goes faster?
Yeah.
I mean, he trolls way faster.
Yep. Look at Taku's. Look at the camera.
Man,
Trucking.
he is. Yeah.
He is moving. Kyoya is too. He's slowed down a little bit now. He's throwing at fish, but it's really amazing how fast they do what they do. And it was that way 30 years ago. Very different technology, very different, but covering a lot of water efficiently.
Oh, in those events 30 years ago, Kim Stricker, Larry Nixon, yourself, were you fishing the same regions exactly, or?
Generally, yeah. But we were truly looking for a needle in a haystack. There again, you had to cover more water, even though you were doing it with blinders on, so to speak. It was.
Y'all didn't even know that it was the shallowest lake in the Great Lakes system because you didn't even have mapping. I think this is deep out here.
I knew it when I rode across. It was like, darn, I never got over 13 feet all the way across this.
This dang flat. You went to the service yard for half the day to get them to fix it.
So Okeechobee and St. Clair, I remember distinctly, like running across thinking, when is it going to get deep? When is it going to get deep? And it never does.
Yeah. Of course, you can just do a drift there and go pretty fast. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of current.
A lot of current.
It surprises you when you first visit that place. It's incredible. It's a big part of it. Trey McKinney, 23-2, and we don't even buy that for a second.
No.
It's way more than that. Caleb Sumrall, Kyoya Fujita, John Cruz hanging in there in the top 5 in Eastern Fothergill. Sand Swindle, Eber, Latuso, and Pat Schlopper make out our top 10. We will be right back to St. Clair. We welcome you back, happily welcome you back to the state of Michigan. What a great place to be this time of year here in the United States, and what a great place to be if you like bass fishing, especially of the smallmouth variety. Fabulous Lake St. Clair never disappoints us, and it's a great place to start our Northern Swing, the final 2 events of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2025. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We still got plenty of time fishing left on the day, and we have now. Just to reset the scene for you, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race is a terrific one. We came here, and Jay Shakur had a 3-point lead over Chris Johnston. Now, Jay Shakur is down in 36th place unofficially. Chris Johnston listed in 50th place. Neither of those I'm buying, right?
No, absolutely not. If you've watched the Bassmaster Elite Series through the years, you know those guys sandbag. I don't really understand why they want to sandbag so much, but hey, we enjoy it just as much as they do, I guess. They keep us always guessing.
Hey, the biggest thing, though, Tommy, is if 36th and 50th, once we get other anglers on Bass Track throughout the day, at minimum, we know Trey McKinney's going to be top 5. And he has made up that 13-point gap from 3rd to 1st. Yeah. So, no way. They might not be correct, but they're not going to be the leaders. Trey is going to be our new AOI leader after today's competition.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, don't forget to check out the weigh-in results before at the end of the day to have the full story. But right now, you can judge for yourself. We're going to show you what we have seen today, courtesy of our Lose Midday Report.
Fortunately, we've seen a lot of fish catching. It's always good to have a camera with Chris Johnson anywhere in the country, from Florida to the Canadian border up here like we are now. But Chris Johnson, certainly we had to have a camera with him, AOI. His opportunity to win his back-to-back AOIs this year, he's got a great chance, but a little slower start than most expected, like you mentioned, Tommy. I'm not so sure he's got 16.4, but I don't think he has 25 pounds like we think maybe Trey McKinney does. But Chris Johnson currently officially in 50th place, catching a lot of fish, but he, and he's pretty straight with us, when he talks about his pre-fish, and you could just tell. I heard Zona talking about it. He talked to him face-to-face yesterday. man, they were just a little concerned about catching those bigger fish, those 4 or 5 pound class fish. He and his brother Corey had not done that a lot in practice, and it looks like he's having a difficult time doing it again today.
Jay Shakira got off to a pretty quick start today. He was up in the top 5 for a good couple of hours starting this morning.
Yeah, Jay's in the driver's seat on AOI coming into today, no doubt about it. And what a great young career he's had. He's got to feel good finishing up in the north here on St. Clair, where he's had so much success, won an open here, and then going next week to La Crosse, upper Mississippi, where he's spent so much time. But you could tell the demons kind of getting on his shoulder a little bit today when he knew, I've got to have more than 17 pounds. Currently 17.8, unofficially in 36th place. It's going to take more than that to be in the top 10, and Jay knows that.
Yeah, and I think that this is a place that the weights are so tight throughout the standings. You don't want to get too far behind today, even if we know he can jump up tomorrow for that AOI race. You want to stay in it. Stay in it.
100%. Zona nailed it. If you've got 17.5 today, you've dug yourself a hole that's hard to get out of currently on Lake St. Clair.
Absolutely. Taku Ito getting the job done more or less today, currently in 15th place. This is a place he loves, and this is a style and a species he loves more than anything.
Yeah, always fun to watch Taku, especially when he's around Smallmouth Disneyland, and anywhere that there's Smallmouth is Disneyland and Taku, no doubt about it. Having a good day, unofficially 19.11. Might have a little more than that, but he's been pretty close on his estimates, I think. But the good thing for Taku is he's mentioned several times the afternoon was better for him, so his best part of the fishing day yet to come for Taku.
Taku definitely a favorite coming into this one, that's for sure. I also consider this guy a favorite coming in here. Kyoya Fujita had a great swing through the state of Texas, had a little bit of a fall off a 10-killer, but he's back and ready to go, obviously.
Yeah, Kyoya always doing well, it seems, just like Taku. When you get around these smallmouth bass, one of the best in the business using his forward-facing sonar. But we also saw him in other places this year, catching them doing other things. But he is certainly one of the best in the business with his forward-facing, whether we're catching big largemouth or smallmouth. Seemed to be a little disappointed in his day today, like you mentioned. I don't think he realizes he's certainly in the top 10. We got him unofficially in 3rd place, but he's having a better day than I think he realizes. Kyoya Fujita getting it done once again on big water, smallmouth, using his forward-facing. One of the best in the business, no doubt.
The thing that seems to perplex him the most is the numbers. He says he's just not getting numbers today like he did in practice.
Yeah, but we've talked about it, and you can't overstate. 3-pounders do you zero good here on this lake.
You'll trade numbers for 5 shots at a 4+ pounder.
Yeah.
You just don't want your area where they're leaving it or them to be depleted. That's the big thing to keep an eye on. Not that you didn't get as many bites, but if you're not seeing many fish anymore either, that's a bad sign.
He's the man of the hour. Once again, it just seems to turn out that Trey McKinney is around the biggest of the bigs.
He absolutely is, and does a good job putting him in the boat. Current leader at 23.2. I think he's got a little more than that. He has caught a lot of 4-pounders and a few 5-pounders. Just looking at him, I think we all agree here in the studio that he's got closer to 25 pounds than 23. But either way, he's done a great job. Got it going this morning. First fish in the boat at 7:40 or so, somewhere in there. Put a 5-pounder in the boat. We've got Chris Johnson and some others looking for their first 5-pounder. Here it is at 10 after 1 or so local time there. So Trey McKinney getting it done. As usual, we talked about it this morning, finding a better class of fish, just a little bigger fish than his competition. And that's the whole key to being successful in the Bassmaster League Series.
It is amazing when you see somebody like JT Tompkins roll up and talk, hey, I've caught nothing but bass on dice baits today. He's like, I've only caught 1, everything else has been on a minnow. He's like, really, I hadn't caught any on a minnow. It's just presenting the bait maybe a different way, and we've seen anglers let it fall to the bottom, keep it above their head, move it really fast, move it really slow. It's been all kinds of techniques to get these pressured fish to bite today.
Well, it's worked for Trey McKinney. We look at Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. These are the points coming into it today. Jay Shakira by 3 points ahead of Chris Johnston. Trey McKinney 13 points back of those two. But, of course, we keep a running tab through the day. Not official. Of course, it's based on Bass Track, so it's certainly not official, but Trey McKinney certainly would be sitting in the top spot in Progressive Angler of the Year points as it stands right at this moment.
Yeah, and it just what little bit we know, like I said, not official, definitely unofficial, but it looks like things are going to tighten up even better amongst our top 6 or 7. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, Kyoyo Fujita getting right up there, tucked under those top 2 or 3.
Taku's moving up.
Yes.
Koya's moving up. Don't put it past Patrick Walters, Bill Owen.
Patrick Walters may have 25 already.
Exactly.
I mean,
The Bass Track numbers, McKinney is 22 points up, overcoming his 13-point deficit to Jay Shakurat coming into today.
It doesn't make it, and it doesn't make it any easier this week or our next tournament in 2 weeks because they are there's no lead that's safe because everything's so consistent weights-wise. Like, it's the tightest tournaments. Any small mistake for an hour could mess you up. And so it's going to be tight the rest of the week. As
Very
Jay's
precarious for
live.
sure.
And he could gain some ground right here.
While he's fighting his fish real quick, I didn't mean to say 17-8 is a bad day on St. Clair. It makes your chances to make a top 10 a difficult day. Not a bad day.
Yeah.
I mean, you go catch 25 the next day, you're still on a 21 average, so you're still going to be behind those 22s and 3s.
Right. That's
you can say with your shit, we got you, David. We got your back. We know some people are coming for you, but it's all good. We got you.
Thank you.
He's at it like this one. Definitely one he needs.
Yeah, either it's a big one or he's not hooked yet.
Yes. Gosh dang, it took so long to get that bite. It shouldn't be that hard.
Does not have a 4-pounder yet today.
Finally, a 4-pounder.
Good one, a long time coming, according to Jay Shakurat. I'm sure he'll take it. Timely, good fish there. Back to Trey McKinney, our leader.
Oh my, is that a big one? Oh my gosh, dude. What the heck? I don't know if it is or not. Look big. Oh, come on. Oh gosh, don't come off. Don't come off.
That's another good one.
If it was fat.
If I didn't know better, I'd say that's a 4.5-pounder at least, Dave. What do you think?
I think you're right.
Going to be some help for Trey McKinney, the man who needs it absolutely least of all. He'll take it. Put all the hay in the barn you can get. See what happens. We'll give you that weight when we get back. Back in Michigan 2025, Yokohama Tire's Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. Our live coverage continues here on the way to the end. I'm close to it anyway. Skeeter boats making our live coverage possible today. We love that. Let's get back out on the water. Things they never have slowed down today. I'll tell you the truth. Of course, that's what we expect when we come to such a fantastic place. Really, really one of the top shelf spots in the world for smallmouth fishing. Kyoya Fujita is hooked up. Kyoya's got to have something better than 4. In order to upgrade.
Davey, hi. We've seen a lot of different styles of baits today, different brands and whatnot, but a couple key things that we've seen as we're bringing it into the Bassmaster studios. We're here in the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section, and it's pretty simple, but still there's different flares to it. The jig head minnow, whether it's an 1/8 ounce jig head up to a 1/2 ounce. We've seen drop shots as well, dice baits, even things that are like sea urchins. Different kinds of lures, but multiple varieties today.
Multiple varieties, but here's the big thing that you say, well, they're all similar, they're all using these. There's a reason why we see Taku, there's a reason why we see Kyoya, there's a reason why we see Trey consistently, and there's a lot of other great anglers. This Bassmaster Elite Series, they're all great anglers, but consistently they catch fish with these baits. And here's the thing that jumps out to me about a lot of these baits. This is a Crush City freeloader. We've got several of them up here. The scope shad, the
mooch minnow, the Z2.
What you notice about these baits, they don't have curly tails, they don't have the button tails that we're used to seeing for many, many years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. So the action that these baits have are the action that the anglers give them. And if you notice real closely, Trey, Kyoya, Taku, all of them very intensely shake their rod, different ways, different speeds, all that sort of thing. So they are providing the action of these baits. The other big thing that you have to pay attention to is the amount of weight they are using. This is a 3/16 hybrid swim bait jig head. I think all around is like my favorite, that size. But these guys are down to the 32nd of an ounce. The weight of that head, where they want to keep that bait in the water column, means everything.
Yeah, and some of these guys, even though we're only in 10 to 12 feet of water, are talking about 1/2 ounce heads that we think about in 50, 60 feet of water, because they want to drop it in front of their face quick to get a reaction. We saw that early this morning. And plus, when we mix in the dice baits, if you've ever seen it underwater, you don't have to weight these things much. But the action that it provides when you do pull it and pulse your rod, it definitely gives it more action than what it looks like in your hand, and what it's unassuming now, but it really does pop in the water.
Yeah, and back to my point, and it's the same thing with these dice baits. If you look at these baits in the water, just let them fall to the water, they don't do much at all. They don't have their own action. These anglers are providing the action and the speed of fall. Those are the two keys that make them catch a better fish.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on more stuff coming out throughout the week, but Anchor Bay, jig head minnow, drop shot, dice baits, that's been what we'd expect and what we've seen so far.
I'm waiting on the Sammy. I'm going to see the Sammy for the week. So.
It's coming in the FedEx later on. Good stuff. Bass Pro Shop's top tackle there from our bait and tackle shop. Yeah, the dice baits, but to watch underwater footage of them being manipulated, they look like they're trying to scare something. Those legs flare out.
The fleeing nature of something, or the aggression of it for sure.
Yeah.
If you listen closely to Taku, the rhythm means so much, and he in particular, you'll hear him go, he's doing that, and he does it where we can hear him.
Oh, really?
Trey does it, Kyoya does it, all these guys are kind of doing, but if you listen closely to Taku, you'll hear him, he is in his brain and he's verbalizing it just a little bit for us if you pay attention. The rhythm, the speed means everything. And it's never the same from day to day. I shouldn't say never, but oftentimes you have to change that from day to day, maybe even from morning to afternoon.
One big thing you also notice, if you see Kyoya Fujita or some of these anglers, Jay Shakira as well, at times their rod is off the right side of their boat. But normally in the past we fish off the side that our rod is pointing, but they're over to the left. and the rod's over to the right to keep that constant tension. So any little movement, stop, start, even messing manually with the reel, engaging it, disengaging it, like we've seen Kyoyo do it this morning a little bit. Anything there is immediate feedback to that bait and gets a fish to bite.
Real quick, while we're not seeing a fish catch because we see so many, I need to give a shout out. English Glover, the folks at Trilogy Outdoors, great fans of our show. One of the co-hosts of that radio show, Tony, the Bassmaster, Carter, has been in ICU. He had triple bypass, has been in bad shape, just got out of ICU last night, is listening to us now. They listen to us all the time. Want to wish him a speedy recovery, and we're all thinking about it.
Happy day to be out of ICU for sure. Yeah.
Every day's a happy day to be out of.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Just big fans. I hate not to give them a shout out.
That's great.
Well wishes.
Good news. I don't think that last one helped Kyoya, according to Bass Track. It was not a call for him.
Yeah, those trolling marks, they're moving.
And it is without a lot of contour change and dramatic depth change. It's like we talk about those sharp points on lakes where you only have to go 100 feet for a depth change. Some of those you have to go a long ways for, when water's rising and falling. Here, Tommy, you could go across Anchor Bay all the way from one end to the other and barely see much change. So these guys have to. You treat this whole bay as a big flat.
Hello, quit running, quit running.
One thing that I think I've learned
Please stop running.
about Lake St. Clair, you mentioned the current.
Yeah,
earlier, There's a lot of current.
A lot of current.
That changes every day. The wind direction, so many things, and that really affects how these fish set up and where they set up.
Yeah. Kyoya here.
Oh, there you go.
That's a good one.
Yes. 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 Yeah. Oh, big one. Yeah.
I'd say that one's more than 4 pounds.
Yeah, I think he's saying that's number 2 5-pounder or more.
Yes. Fujita having some things pick up for him a little bit in this afternoon session here. Ito on the move. The rest of these anglers trying to get as much done as they can in the remaining, less than 2 hours, at least for first flighters, as it stands right now at Lake St. Clair. Moving through the afternoon, it's day 1. You got 2 days with a full field of 101. 101 anglers here at the Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite Lake St. Clair. 6th time, I think the elites have come to Lake St. Clair. About 14 B.A.S.S. events have been held, and this is the 14th that's been held here. And they've all been good. This one's good. Trey McKinney took over the lead unofficially. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, took over the lead in the tournament as well. Kyoya Fujita has moved up unofficially into 3rd place in the points race and 2nd place in the tournament. The last one we saw him catch there went in as a 5-pounder. So he's sitting within 15 ounces, within a pound of Trey McKinney as it stands now.
Looking at his top 10, I can't help but just think it's Caleb Summerall, Gerald Swindle, and Logan Latucio. Those guys are power fishermen by nature. I'm not saying they can't do exactly what we've seen. They're all good at different things, but I just wonder if one of those guys isn't just throwing a chatterbait up in about 4 feet of water.
It'd be interesting to know. We'll know more tomorrow. I have a feeling we'll have not the same 6 we were with today. A couple of them, though, for sure. Check in with Trey McKinney, our leader.
Well, right now, it's been an incredible day. First off, like, really has. You know, we haven't fished a whole lot of our areas, and everywhere we had pulled up, we had caught a good one, caught a good one, caught a good one. So that gives me hope. Right now, we're off at least 400 yards off my line, and then now we're trying to find another little drift. I just caught a 4.8, and it didn't help back there, so we know there's some good fish here. I feel like in this kind of half a mile area, there's more 5-pounders than anywhere that I've found. So that's what I'm kind of trying, because that's really all I need, a 5-pounder. Like, I don't want to catch any 4s, nothing like that, because I might need them for the next day. So we're just kind of drifting along. We're probably going to go in a little early today, just because I don't want the fish. They're kind of, it's summertime, it's smallmouth, you don't know what could happen. 4 ounces could be a lot here. So I think what we're going to do is when it turns 3 o'clock, go get them weighed, official, on the scale, so we don't have to worry about any of that, because I'm about running out of ice. I've got them iced all day, but I'm about to run out. But no, it's been an incredible day. We really haven't caught that many as far as like practice. As in practice, I catching like a bunch of like 3s and stuff, but today has definitely been size more than average for sure. But I think right now is why I'm kind of out where not as many fish are, but the bigger ones. That's what I'm kind of targeting right now. Like, I haven't seen a fish in 400 yards, 500 yards. So, yeah, I think it'd be the smartest move for me is go in early today, get the fish weighed, so I don't take a deduction on something I can't even call out. So, but if there is a magical 5-pounder, I would quite love him.
Second season, sophomore year for Trey McKinney after a very auspicious rookie season, where he really had a record-setting run. And became the youngest ever to win on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but it was a tough go at the start of the season. Lake Okeechobee, not so bad at Lake Okeechobee, but boy, a lot of trouble at Palatka, Florida, the one before that.
Yes,
that's been his only misstep of the year.
Absolutely. Other than that, I think an 8th place finish at Okeechobee here, 3rd place at Pasquotank. Incredibly consistent angler on the Bassmaster Elite Series, especially to be so young. A lot of these anglers fishing the Bassmaster Elite Series have been to Lake Okeechobee for more years than this young man has been alive. Yeah. So another 3rd place finish there. You look at that, 89th finish there on St. Johns River, and then after that, absolutely incredible. 8th, 3rd, 11th, 3rd, 29th, and 6th at 10 Killer. Wow.
4 top 10s and an 11th. So that's pretty hard to contend with, right?
It really is. What a great, certainly not a sophomore slump. Great season. He just had a tough start there to St. Johns River, but that's why they call it Bassmaster Angler of the Year. He's certainly got a chance to win it as good as anyone, but if he doesn't, he's going to always look back at the St. Johns River to start 2025. Yep, you look at there, Trey came in 3rd place in just one day fishing, and can't, I know I say it often, but you can't say it too much in my opinion. Every day is so crucial on the Bassmaster Elite Series, whether you're trying to win Angler of the Year or trying to make the Bassmaster Classic or anything in between. That right there shows you 23 pounds a day unofficially versus 18 pounds unofficially. 30 points difference in your AOY race.
Mm-hmm. And to expand on a point you made earlier today, Jay Shakurit, as he sits right there, it's not terrible, top 30, but it's just going to make it that much harder for him to make the Sunday final.
Yeah. it's just difficult because he's going to have, and there again, this is unofficial, and he's probably got a little more than that, but so does Trey.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, he'll have to have a 25, 26-pound day, which to make up some ground there is so tough to do right now on St. Clair.
Not a bad year for Jay Shakurat. Obviously, he came in here with the lead. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. The young man, his 4th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series from Wisconsin. A little better at the St. Johns River.
Unlike Trey, he got off to a great start on St. Johns River. I remember thinking he's about to win this tournament, and he almost did. Then at Lake Hartwell, a 5th place finish. Been very versatile all year long. Early in the year, mixing it up with several techniques, a lot of sight fishing going on. And there at Lake Fork, we saw him deep cranking, caught a lot of those fish on a 6XD, finished 9th place. I remember that real big one. That was a special place right there for him.
Yeah, it felt like he spent the whole week at 50 in a 50 square yard area there.
Yeah, he
wasn't
really
far
did.
off of that.
And look at that. I mean, that shows you exactly why he's leading AOY. If you want to call it a stumble, he made it the last place check there at 10 Killer, 50th place. Very consistent year, having 3 top 10s, but not that 89th like Trey.
No big numbers. That's a clean card with cuts made at every event, although he didn't know he made the cut at 10 Killer till after the fact because everyone moved up.
Absolutely. And we talk about the Johnson brothers being so versatile and how they can catch them down south and up north. Jay Shakurat certainly has proven that he can do the same. Boy, 1 5-pounder would go a long way for Jay right now. If he can get to 20 or 21, like you said, it'd be a lot easier to recover.
That would change the scene, for sure.
There's Zona.
Yeah, I knew he saw that persistent breeze and thought, well, I'll just get the old sail and go down.
Oh yeah, Fujita is actually passed Chris Johnson for 3rd in AOY. Johnson is in a 4-way tie for 51st in the cut at 16 pounds, 4 ounces.
Jay with a small one.
I don't know, man. I'm just not seeing the size over here. Ouch.
Luckily, I've been there once or twice, but you can tell Trey knows he's got about all he's capable of having, checking on those fish. Make sure they're doing okay. I don't blame him for going in a little early.
Yeah, he's got a 3:30 check-in time. Shakurat and Chris Johnson are the first flight, 3 o'clock.
Well, the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series going strong, stronger than ever, it seems like, here in this year of 2025. September 27th and 28th, the next big event for your top-level kayak bass anglers, going to be at Toledo Bend down there in Hemp Hill, Texas. A lot of fun. The weather should be fairly agreeable there. Although it can be a little lingering heat from the summer. But check it out. Hit the QR code and learn more about the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Lake St. Clair event, the Yokohama Tire Elite. From this incredible, iconic body of water in our live coverage, sponsored by Skeeter Boats on this day. Our intrepid cameramen have done a wonderful, wonderful job of bringing us some great pictures from this vast place. You have to do a little riding around once in a while.
A little bumpy.
It gets a little bumpy out there. Yeah, it's not a bed of roses out there, but you were never promised that.
Never promised that. If you were, you need to go back and tell that person that made you those promises.
You've been scammed. Taku Ito. Taku's been kind of hovering under the top 10 for most of today. Currently in 15th place, hooked up though.
Yeah. Nah. I think a little bit better one, I think. No. No.
Better than 3-4, I don't know.
Not so big. It's cross, very.
Well, guys, we've been off the Elite Series for almost 2 months now, and I know as we bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, I'm here at the Pro Guide Battery Screen of Knowledge, and you know, we're seeing so many athletes that maybe played another sport and coming back and reclassifying. I know Taku Ito would succeed in the college series these days. He would probably be on the short list. We got a couple guys in our top 10 who were in the college series just a few years ago that would have been probably a part of this Hook Bassmaster College All-American program that just started this year. And during the 2-month break that we had from the Elite Series, we crowned our college champs. We've also solidified the team of the years. We've formed our college classic bracket that'll happen a little bit later. And the way we formed the All-American, the 8 anglers and 4 teams that make that up, it's based off of team of the year, runner-up for team of the year, and the 2 angler of the year teams for each division. There's 2 divisions in the college series. And so congrats to Bryce DeMauro and Trip Berlinski. Not only did they win team of the year, they had a shot to win the college championship going into the final day, just fell short of that goal. And also congratulations to Elisha Colley and Storm Clark. They were the runners-up for the team of the year. Such a hotly contested battle. It came down to the college championship final day to determine who did that. But from North Alabama and Montevallo, 2 schools in the state of Alabama fighting tooth and nail to make the college All-American. So it's the first year doing that. We've had high school All-Americans before. I believe maybe a Cole Sands was one. I know Easton Fothergill was one. So it does and has translated from high school All-Americans into great college anglers into the Elite Series. So we'll see how these 4 anglers do, not only in the future, but also a part of it, the Opens
Shot
and
at the
other
Classic.
things. Yeah.
Absolutely. Chris Johnston has been at the ramp here, apparently. For the last few minutes, we're going to find out, see what's going on with this. It's not good.
Not what you want.
No.
There we go. You want to throw that in?
Give us a little update, Chris?
We just had to have a little break. We want to make it hard on ourselves. Do you want to throw it in? We're back in business. All right. Now, where are we going? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Back there?
Not real sure, but I'd have a break.
Hard to catch them from the front deck of the boat if there's something wrong with the front deck of the boat. Whether it's trolling motor, graphs, whatever it is.
Could be.
Got to be vital equipment.
Yeah, oh yeah. Now back to what you're talking about, the site's been announced for the bracket competition.
Yeah, I believe it's Watauga Lake.
Okay. Tell us about that.
And should be like a Chattoog. Should kind of set up
mountain,
like that.
Mountain situation.
It's a mountain. I don't know if it's, I can't remember if it's Tennessee or North Carolina. There's Watauga's close by on the border. I don't know which one it's with. That one's not going to help Kyoya.
No, he's doing good. He's within a pound of the lead.
Unless it's a.
Yeah.
It did not look like a 4 when he was fumbling with it. But the college championship, Tommy, that I was talking about at Cherokee Lake, mid-July, one of the most riveting. It was tough, largemouth factored, smallmouth factored. It was tied, and they had a sudden. We always talk about ties, and they had a tie, and they had a sudden death fish off. And the boys from Lander, Andrew Blanton and Garrett Smith, that we covered in the bracket last year, are champions from Hartwell. They won the fish off, caught the first legal keeper. There was a person with B.A.S.S. in each boat to determine the winner. And so, yeah, drama down to the final minute of the season.
Well, Chris Johnson's story is interesting today. Came in just 3 points behind at Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. And this was his musing about it yesterday.
My season so far in 25, to be honest, it doesn't feel like it's been a great season. It's been consistent, but I haven't made a single top 10, which it's kind of weird. It feels weird to be in the hunt for AOY. I think of 3 points back at Shakirat, who's dominated this year and had multiple top 10s, but I haven't cracked a top 10 yet. So we're going up north, Smallmouth country, Lake St. Clair next, and then Mississippi River, where I was third last time. So hopefully on these last two, I can scratch at 2 top 10s and really put the pressure on Shakirat. But regardless, Lake St. Clair, full of smallmouth bass. It's going to be a fun event, and it's just a matter of getting around the right ones, though.
Surprising he hasn't made a top 10 yet.
Yeah, it is kind of. Let's look at his season for 2024. Is it? No, 2025, I think. So, no, that was last year. Yeah.
What?
Yep.
Well, and what is? And that's not.
That's the wrong finish.
That's how you get. That's how you get.
He got.
That's not Chris Johnson's
That's how
finishes.
you don't re-qualify for the Elite Series.
I don't remember fishing last year, but that's.
Oh well.
I think those numbers were how many anglers were in the fields for each of those events, because those were way too big of numbers for Chris Johnson.
I think there's more technical difficulty than just Chris's trolling motor, right?
Well, this season, Chris Johnson, his best is an 11th. His worst is a 33rd.
11th to 33rd
yeah,
for the event.
That's tight.
Sometimes we start a sentence and we don't know where we're going, so it's good to know that, you know.
Yeah. Sometimes? If I knew where I was going, I wouldn't start.
That's interesting how you get there. Trey with an 89th and 4 top 10s, and Chris with not with a top 10, but his worst finishes 30th and his best is 11th.
Yeah.
And Jay Shakirat, we were just talking about it during the break. First man out of the cut at 10 killer, no chance on day 3 to jump from 50th up, but after the event gets bumped to 50th, and that could have been,
oh yeah,
it could have been a moving day type
much
of thing.
bigger.
Yeah, you just never know.
You gotta get out of here. If these are hard to catch, we got problems.
like what he was saying there. We got to get out of here because if these 3-pounders are hard to get to bite, there's been too much pressure here.
Yeah.
Taku's hooked up.
Good. Looks good. Yes.
That is a good one.
Better one, I think. Yeah, thank you. I think a better one. Little bit help. Yeah, 3, 12, 311. 311. Yeah. Okay.
15 bags over 20 pounds now.
Yeah, that's going to help him by half a pound there. It's a good catch.
Yes.
I feel like we messed up today by only asking Such how many 20-pound bags. We never gave ours, and it's too late in the game to probably predict it now.
I like making predictions after we know a lot of the scores.
Yeah, Davey does.
This is a big one for Chris. He needs it. Needs it for sure.
Got on that pretty quick after relaunching there.
Not that big.
All right, first cast back. Not terrible.
I think we got the right season layout for Chris Johnston loaded in right now. Yeah, that looks more like it.
Not nearly a nightmare like that last one.
Yeah, the last one, his best finish was 88. So.
Yeah, that would have been too rough there. The points wouldn't add up. Got close to a top 10 at our last event, Lake 10 Killer, but that was as close as it was through the years, but no high finishes at all, not even close.
And day 3 has been tough in these last 2. He was in our top 10 on day 3 at Sabine and 10 Killer, but fell out by the time weigh-in came just outside of making the final day.
I can't say enough how tough that is, how difficult that is to do. I fished on the Elite Series for those years. To have your worst finish 33rd, incredible.
Oh, yeah, and still make it. Just almost be there, 3 points away to start this day. Well, things have changed up a little bit, but could be more changes upcoming, and none of it will be settled until the weigh-in.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Bassmaster Live, big part of the season right here. The Northern Swing. So many things get decided. Everything pretty much gets decided during this. Let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard by a bass tracked at the Yokohama Tire. Bassmaster Elite here. Trey McKinney on top of that board took over the lead mid-morning, and he has sat there for a while. Kyoyo Fujita has pulled within a pound of him. Caleb Sumrall, hats off to him. He was up at the top of the leaderboard and has not fallen any further than third. That is hard to do. John Cruz, same story. Made a big run up the leaderboard and has managed to hang in there as well. A classic champ, Easton Fothergill. Matt Robertson, now, as Such mentioned, up there tied for 5th place. Cole Sands, Gerald Swindle, and the rest. Chris Zaldane. Several people picking Chris Zaldane to do well in this event right here, and Logan Latuso did spend a little time in the top 10. He's slipped back just a little bit. Pat Schlopper, same story for him. Taku Ito, 15th. He's moved up to 14th. I think he did get something out of that last fish there. Jonathan Kelly, Brad Watley, big fish for him today. JT Tompkins and Jamie Hartman, Jacob Porosnik, and Andrew Loberg, our rookie.
Last time we saw Andrew Loberg, he lost by an ounce at 10 killer.
That
Still
was unbelievable. Closest in a long time. Good long time. Justin Atkins, Jeff Gustafson. Do well here. Brian Schmidt, you had a 5-pounder earlier today.
Look at Kennedy.
Redwine, Doobie, and Steve Kennedy.
I'll just say this. Behind the scenes, he is one of the guys I've seen on the map, not in what we would say St. Clair, Davey. So that's something good to keep an eye on. Other places are factoring.
Brandon Polnick won this season down at Okeechobee. Finish up in a big way here. Randy Howell and John Garrett had a good start to his season. It's kind of faded a little bit during the course of the
He's
year
on the
so
bubble
far.
for the Classic.
Yeah,
on the bubble.
Yeah, he needs to do well here, for sure. And there is Jay Shakura in 33rd place, came here with the lead. The Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Paul Marks, one of our anglers we've been with all day long, and Chris Johnston started today 3 points back of Jay Shakura. The two top guys in the points race having a little bit of a struggle today, honestly. Caleb Kufal, Keith Combs, Carl Jockinson, and Neil Wagner.
It says
AJ Clean and Ben Milliken in the top 50.
It says top 50 is 17 plus pounds. That's not a good sign when you still have 2 hours of fishing and some unofficial results. That's going to be 75th by the time we get to weigh.
Yeah, we've got 25 anglers with no
it's gonna be down.
scrutineers, as they say in Dave Mercer land. No marshals. Wes Logan, Brian Smith, Bo Browning, Cody Meyer, Jason Williamson, Matty Wong in there. Jason Christie, former champ here, 63rd place. Luke Palmer and Matt Eric. Bernie Schultz, Drew Benton, Chad Pipkins.
He popped in there. Last time we saw, he only had one because of the phone, signal. Looks like he must be on his way back.
Yeah, I think Pipkins is in the first flight.
Yeah, first flight, and so he's got to be back at 3 Eastern, which means he has to be back in an hour. I'd say he's in the Detroit River already then.
Fujita's kind of had the hot hand these last couple of hours here, including the 5-pounder.
Big one.
Yeah, no.
Oh my gosh. Why?
Oh man.
Get a glimpse at this fish. It was not a 3-pounder, I'll say that.
No, it was not. It was not.
Looked a lot more like a 5-pounder.
Kind of barely hooked, it seems. Good to know that those are in there, though.
Boy, he bears down on them, doesn't he?
Crosses her eyes.
Hits every single one like they're in timber, and he's got to get them out.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe.
Looks kind of thick. It's hard to tell.
does.
Very close. No.
No.
A lot of guys. Love to have that fish right now.
Look pretty good. Let's get to Ito. About 15th place. So we last checked just a few minutes ago. He's 14th.
Got it. Maybe no. No. Ooh, bye bye, bye bye.
Oh, we got one on it. I just pulled it away from a different one. It's not the one I was after. Sorry, buddy. I don't think you'll help. Could be wrong. He might. You might help.
Couple guys getting well in a hurry. Jamie Hartman with a 5.2 and Steve Kennedy with a 5-pounder over 19 pounds.
Long but skinny.
Skinny.
Joy has really been catching them in the last hour.
He has. He's
a lot of solid, 3.5 to 4 1/4 pound fish.
He found what he was missing this morning.
Yeah.
3 pounds.
Well, our first flighters. We got less than an hour. Travel time, much less than that for most of them, I would imagine. So we're kind of getting down to it near the end of the line here for day number 1. A lot of action, though, still left to go. '25 Yokohama Tires Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. Sponsored by Toyota. By Nitro Boats. By Dakota Lithium. And by Humminbird. Well, we pine all year long to get to the northern swing because we go to places like this. We go to places like Lake St. Clair. And we're going to take you right now to where the weigh-in's going to happen before too long. And the man who is going to be in charge of it at Brandenburg Park there is our friend Dave Mercer. Dave, great to see you. I know you like coming here as much as we do, and it's been entertaining today. For sure, was it a little bit different than what you expected?
Lake St. Clair, always entertaining. I mean, such a beautiful, beautiful part of the world. I couldn't think of two better bodies of water to finish off the season. I mean, it's kind of like if somebody said, hey, let's go to the best smallmouth fishery where we're going to see a lot of numbers. you go to Lake St. Clair. And if somebody said want to go to the best largemouth northern fishery where we're going to see a lot of numbers, that's where we're going next in La Crosse, Wisconsin. So, things have been a little different, but the boogeyman this week, guys, coming into this event, I said, look out for Trey McKinney. And you can say that, but it's just like, he's just really it feels like he's the kind of angler where it doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter. He had things to overcome last year, things to overcome this year, and those were tough finishes in Florida. But, man, he is overcoming them, and he is chiseling down that thing. And all I'm hoping for is it continues to be the way it is. I mean, to go into the second last event with 13 points separating the top three, what could make it better? Well, let's just tighten them up a little more. And trust me, don't let Bass Track lie to you, because this is one tournament where Bass Track is notoriously wrong. And what I mean is because unlike the St. Lawrence River where the opens were last week, where you see the big moves, somebody catches a 6-pounder, a 7-pounder, you get those bigger. The culls here are like quarters of a pound. So whether somebody's putting in their fish is 4-pounders, 4 1/4, literally what decides St. Clair tournaments, in my opinion, isn't so much the fish you're catching. It's what those fish are eating. Quite often, you'll have somebody who's blasting them, but if they're eating mayflies, they're going to get destroyed by somebody who's catching fish that's eating perch. So this is all going to come down to not just the fish that you're catching, but what those fish are eating.
So, Dave, I have to ask you mentioned about it being such a great place to finish up the season. I certainly agree, St. Clair and then the upper Mississippi there at La Crosse. But from where you're standing, you can see Anchor Bay, a good bit of it. And it was the talk last year, how many anglers started there. And then on day 2, is like most of the fields seemed to gravitate towards Anchor Bay. And we had a lot of anglers start there today. And it looks like they have spread out a lot more. There's so much fishable water here. The St. Clair River, Lake St. Clair, Detroit River, Lake Erie, obviously. Do you think now, seeing what we've seen today, that Anchor Bay is going to be the player that we all expected it to be coming into this week?
I think that it will be a player. I mean, just percentage of anglers that are fishing here, it has to be a player. But coming into this event, I said if there's going to be an outlier, you could see something different here, just because this area has been punished. I mean, since we were here just a few years ago, and I mean, previous to that, Anchor Bay, I mean, I remember literally having Rick Emmett was taking people out fishing from Bass Pro Shop several years ago during an Elite Series event. And I remember saying, well, you don't want to get in anybody's way. Like, the tournament's happening. And he's like, don't worry, we're going to Anchor Bay. Nobody fishes in there. But I think that you will see some different players. I mean, guys are spreading out, but you're seeing the pressure of forward-facing sonar. Zona and myself talked about it in the halftime show, and you really are seeing how that is changing things. I mean, seeing fish isn't the problem. Converting them and making them bite is the problem. But one thing I'll tell you, where a lot of fisheries we go to and people talk about boat traffic. Boat traffic's going to hurt things, right? Because boat traffic's not good. You're bass fishing. Lake St. Clair, in my opinion, is the exact opposite. It can be different. More boat traffic can help this. This is one body of water where if a boat flies past you, and we will see boats fly ridiculously close to anglers as they're competing, casting your bait right in the prop wash of that boat is a player here. So I don't even know if the boat traffic is... I'm saying Anchor Bay plays, for sure, of course. Too many guys are fishing it not to.
In your opinion, Dave, the winner of this event, when it's all said and done, is he going to be someone who sticks to the game plan, does exactly as he planned through 4 days, or is he going to be someone who makes a key move after a day, after 3 days of fishing, does something else, gets away from everyone, and just somehow steals it away?
Well, I got to go with somebody that makes that move, just because of what I just said. I think we're going to see more than the Anchor Bay party play. I think that will play. We'll have people in the top 10, but I think we're going to see some sneakiness play here, like we did last time with Joey Cifuentes. He got away from the crowd, and it paid off for him. So I will once again advise you, don't let Bass Track mess with your mind. This is a fishery where at the end of this weigh-in, things may be a lot different than what you're seeing right now.
Dave, thank
Zona,
you.
Do you agree? Hey, Zona agrees. So,
He does agree.
I mean, that
Okay.
means
That's
something.
That's
He
a
does.
quorum. That's
not
a majority.
willing to work. Not willing to work, though. He's done.
What is he doing?
He's done.
What?
He's done. He's
Hanging.
done.
He's
his
just
voice.
hanging.
Look. Oh, hold on. I made a leap for you. Look, Zena.
Yep.
That's what I'm calling you because you're a diva.
Hey, listen. No, that's so bad. That's so bad. Why would you do that?
I don't know.
I don't have any earbuds, so I can't hear Sanders and Davey. But I think the really nice thing that we're going to have, as always, in a Lake St. Clair event, I think we'll have a tight one all the way down to Championship Sunday.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I hate to say it, a lot of other small fisheries that we go to, like when we go to Thousand Island, St. Lawrence River, there's a little bit of a gap by Sunday. I don't think we're going to have that this week.
All right, can I do something before we let you guys go? Because, I mean, this isn't so much, well, it is from me, but it's really, it's from the entire bass fishing world. And I just want to hug you because I love having you back.
Well,
Listen,
that is heartwarming.
I'll cry again.
That is
I'll cry on the
heartwarming.
leave and the return.
All right. Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
go.
thank you,
I
Dave.
lost signal, so if you guys are still hearing me.
Yes,
see
we're
you.
hearing you. Thank you. Dave, thank you so much. We everybody stay tuned for the weigh-in after the show today because we're going to learn a
Zona's
lot.
hosting the weigh-in.
Oh, he's hosting the weigh-in?
That's what I heard.
No. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe that
I
for a
don't-
second. He ain't going to do that. There's no way. Trey McKinney hooked up.
Head checks feel huge. He's just mad. Freezing. Holy! This dude's bullying me. If he's gonna help, I would have played him a lot longer, but he is not going to. Not a bad one.
That's wow.
I think it's a 4-pounder.
That's a 4-pounder.
Yeah.
Exactly what I was going to say.
He's closer to 30 than he is to 20. We'll just say that.
Yeah.
He is.
Not a bad one.
I think he's over that 25.
I do too. I think he went over
Even
that
if
a
it's
while ago.
even if it's over by a few ounces, he's still closer to 30 than 20 right now.
Yeah. 4-2.
All right, that's sort of an impressionist view right there. Trey McKinney says the key to finding him, to getting the job done, is blocking out all the background noise, all of the distractions.
I feel like fishing's so mental. It's kind of a crazy experience because if I get in my head and I'm like, I get to wonder and I get to negative and stuff like that, you can instantly tell on a performance. I don't know what it is about confidence and the mental side of it, but if you're locked in on that, it's something where when you feel right and you fish good and you feel good, it's an unbelievable feeling. And sometimes, you know, you do question it. You know, you have a bad day and you know, sometimes that's not the best way to look at things, but sometimes if you can let something go and keep your mind strong, that maybe the next one could be it, and you just keep going and you never get let down, is a huge thing for me. You know, I never let something impact what I'm doing. Instead of messing up my whole rotation, I just keep it flowing, and sometimes it does work out and sometimes it doesn't. He's got to go.
Bassmaster, that's the new initiative. B.A.S.S. invites women to learn a whole lot more about the sport of bass fishing, everything from skill sets to the industry and so forth. They do it with a series of workshops. The next one is coming up Saturday, August 23rd in La Crosse, Wisconsin. And you can register. Now, you need to register by Friday, August 20th at bassmaster.com/bassmaster. Check it out and get yourself involved in it. Back here with about 30 minutes of coverage left, a little less than 30 minutes of live coverage today. First flight's going to wrap it up here in about 20 minutes. Most of them in the first flight probably making their way back or already in the area so far. Trey McKinney, though, giant day for him. 23 pounds, 2 ounces. Killer Fujita, less than a pound behind unofficially. John Cruz, having a good day on St. Clair. We get to see what he's doing tomorrow. We'll have 6 more anglers, or 6 anglers tomorrow. Some of the ones we've seen today, no doubt. Did some pretty good picking, I think. Of course, we had to cover Jay Shakura, too. He was the man leading. And tomorrow may be a different story for him. He's got to build back a little bit tomorrow, as he has slipped somewhat today. Same for Chris Johnston, who started the day 3 points behind him.
I think he said big one, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, a big one will go a long way. Smallest one, 3.8.
Yeah. Oh, he's not that big. I thought he was like 4 pounds. I don't even think he's gonna help. Dang it. Actually, he might help.
Up the frame.
Yeah.
I bet you that helped at least 4 ounces.
It might help him a little, but it's not going to be much, if
not
any.
going to be the lick he needs at this
not a
point in the day.
4-pounder.
No.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna help.
No help. Let's get over to Taku Ito. Taku in 14th place as last we checked. Yes, still there.
Got it.
Maybe no. Cross.
They're all the same.
Yeah. Okay.
Gonna balance beam this one. Every ounce counts.
Yeah, one ounce is very important here. One and two side by side. Vegeta's been having a good afternoon. Trey McKinney just caught a good one a little bit ago. And the scenery's going to change when they get to weigh in. There are going to be several anglers who have not had scoring officials in the boat. They're going to be showing up, and some of them are pretty strong hands here on this place.
You mentioned some of the anglers headed in, definitely with only 18 minutes until the first group checks in, but I can say from experience, this is one place where you don't just say, yeah, I can see check in from here and assume that you're going to be there in 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, you might be 20 minutes
yes,
away.
It can, because you might be looking at check in, it'd be 10 miles away, and those waves are a lot bigger than you might be anticipating.
Good point.
To be such a big place, the recreational traffic here, especially on the weekends, is
oh boy, the big boats come out on the weekends and it gets
unbelievable.
Yeah. We're running out of summer weekends too. Everybody's wanting to get that trip in before school starts and it's up again, Taku.
Yeah.
Maybe no.
No, too skinny, I think.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
From punching taco to maybe no taco. Hey, he's 3 visits here. He's been in the top 10 all 3 times.
That's incredible.
He's just outside it this week so far. Second biggest bass came from Matty Wong. He's got a 5.4. He was stuck on 3 bass for a while. He's jumped
Easy to see it. You get on one. Probably about a 50% chance it bites. But we are almost out of time. I'd like to have one more 4.5.
Chris Johnson needs another 4-pounder.
Yes, he does. Needs to make the top 50 tomorrow. That's the main piece of business for Chris Johnson, Jay Shakura, and all the rest. Trey McKinney's looking pretty good to do that. John Cruz, ditto for Kyoya Fujita. Dakota Ebear, steady moving up that leaderboard there. Needs a good tournament here. Could certainly benefit from that. Caleb Sumrall, first time we've seen him down in 4th place. Fothergill, Robertson, Sand, Swindle, and Zal Dane round out the top 10. About 10 minutes before they start checking in at the Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. Beautiful day. Can't complain about the weather today. Just perfect. Persistent breeze, but not too much. At least here on Lake St. Clair, anyway. And saw some good performances out here today. Toya Fujita, he won in the Northern Swing last year, or the year before last, I should say. Champlain.
Wow. That was beautiful. Those three jumps right there.
Yeah.
That really was.
Looked like one of those ice skating maneuvers.
Yeah. Smallest fish 4-2. This might be right there.
Looks hefty.
Looks a little bigger, maybe.
Need a 4 1/4 to get back into second place. John Cruz just passed him.
Wow.
His second call in the last
Cruz on
half
fire.
hour or so.
About that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Maybe 4-6.
4-6?
Yeah, good.
Been back in second place, Such?
Yeah, I believe so. Maybe
Take
yes.
a look right here. This is why we love smallmouth bass. 1, 2, 3. Like a sailfish.
Yeah, man.
Freshwater
Really,
sailfish.
yeah.
Fun.
They are game fish for sure.
If you've never experienced that, you need to put it on your bucket list. It's certainly fun catching this big smallmouth.
Chris Johnson said, I need one
Two
4.5
looked at it.
pounder. Feel a lot better.
If he bites, we're gonna have to hurry.
Like Chris needs to head in. It'll be awesome. It'll be a perfect time to catch a 5-pounder.
Little guy.
Oh.
No good.
At least it shows he's human.
6
How many
minutes
times
is
have we
plenty. It's
seen
right
him
there.
catch the big one that made the difference right at the end of the day?
Crushes someone's hopes and dreams at the end of the day.
Oh. Trey's hooked up.
Trey got one.
They are biting now. Goy is culling. Chris just got one. Trey looks like he's got a good one on.
Whew.
Someone in Jay's view, just let one
I thought it
go.
was gonna be like crazy big. Shot out of a big grass clump. That's still a good one. Not even that big at all. Gosh, on scope, he looked huge. Woo! Come here, buddy. I'm about to just start boat flipping him again. Another 3 3/4. Not a bad one. Oh.
I want to point out the big move that John Cruz could be making for Classic qualification. He started the day 63rd in AOI, Second place points, it's got him on Bass Track at 36.
Wow.
That's a big jump.
Nope. Wah, wah, wah.
There's several others who are making good runs to get in classic contention. Pat Schlopper, Bear, De Palma, Cole Sands, and then to requalify, Brad Watley and Alex Wetherell doing themselves so solid.
Yeah, so it's normal, so not so good, but not so perfect, but it's good day. So because not so many bite, but pretty good one I caught. But so I don't know, everyone catch good, catch no good, so I will try. Hopefully I'm good back, but I hope good back. But fun day, it's so fun. I love St. Clair a lot.
Did things go as planned? Did your day go kind of as planned?
What do you mean?
What was your expectation for today? Your expectation.
What do you mean expectation?
How much did you expect today?
How much do you have? No?
How much confidence did you have today?
To wait?
Yeah, or before you started.
22. 22, yeah. 22, 20, yeah. It's okay, but not perfect.
Did it go as expected?
No. It was way tougher than I thought it was going to be. For the first day of the tournament, that was brutal.
I mean, we kind of briefly talked earlier, you know, with the grind. I forget the other word I used. But, I mean, just give us more of a sense of what it was like out there midday.
Yeah, just seeing a lot of fish and just not getting them to bite. That's pretty much what happened, honestly. I mean, there really wasn't much more to say to it. They just weren't in the mood, and I didn't have the right tricks to put them in the boat. Really the big ones anyways. I caught quite a few fish, just had a hard time finding those better than average size ones, so I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow, but we're gonna have to change it up big time and just see how the standings look as far as what I got. I mean, you don't know for sure.
Well, it's been a big day, and we have seen changes on the leaderboard regarding Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Jay Security, Chris Johnston got some work to do tomorrow if they want to regain the status they came in here with. But who knows? They're probably up to the task, and we will see a lot of new faces tomorrow. Going to be some good stuff. We'll kick it off at 7 Eastern Time, 7 Central Time, right here and on Roku.